The formal beginning of the meeting, we will have public testimony on non-agenda items. So we have just a few people who are going to speak on this, and then we will enter into the regular part of the meeting. You will each have 3 minutes, so be sure to watch the green light, and when you see the yellow light, try to summarize your comments so that we don't have to cut you off and you get your full time to speak. So first of all, I'd like to call up Maria Fuentes. Are you here? Okay, I don't see Maria Fuentes responding. Dave Dilday.
I've got some handouts here, and I think I came up a few short, so I apologize for that. I want to thank you for your time and also welcome Marnie Foster to the board. We appreciate your serving, and I wish you all the luck because I think you're going to need it.
Now.
My name is Dave Dilday. I'm a local San Diego. I was born and raised in San Diego. Went to Patrick Henry High School, San Diego State, University of Southern California. I'm a commercial real estate broker, and I'm here as a concerned citizen and a real estate advocate. I'm here to speak about the recent property disposition and primarily about the Mission Beach property. There was a vote that was taken that was to confirm the sale of the Mission Beach property on October 9th. $16.5 million was the bid price for the property. The asking price for the property was $11 million. It's an extremely good price for that property. I've sold over $300 million in real estate over the past 10 years. I actually lived and owned a house directly across the street from the Mission Beach property for 20 years. It's been sitting there for over 20 years as excess property. District's been paying $50,000 a year to maintain the property. In the handout, I did include, in the purpose of my being here, let me just state real quickly, is just to hopefully give the board a little bit more information so that maybe down the road, if we can revisit this, you'll have more information to make a more informed decision. I've put together a plot plan and a site plan on what can be done on that property, and the only thing that will happen on that property is the developer needs to stay within the character of the neighborhood, and that's what they've done. They followed the rules set up by the school board, the entire bid process. They spent a lot of money doing due diligence. They put the deposit up. The board approved their financial statements. They bid the price to $60.5 million, which is 50% higher than the asking price. That's a very good price, and I don't care what kind of an economy we're in, a good, bad, or indifferent economy. That's an amazing price for this property. We have a huge gap to fill here. Yeah, we know we have to get this money by, I believe it's June, and correct me if I'm wrong. But again, my hope here is that with this information, we could possibly revisit this sale. I would, Mr. Evans, I'd just ask you for a couple more minutes. I know you have the ability to do that. We've
got the handout, but we really need to stop at this point.
Okay. Well, I do want to thank you all for serving on this board. It's for the most part, I know, a thankless job, but personally, I appreciate it. And again, Miss Foster, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, citizen.
I want to speak to the issue of lunch detention and the violation of the civil rights of students in San Diego Unified. The law states that no student can be held in lunch detention. It is to be the free time that a student has away from just time to rest. It's the same right that the Labor Department conveys upon every worker, and The district policy states that there shall be no lunch detention. The law specifically states that teachers may hold students after school up to 1 hour. The law very clearly states that students are to have their lunchtime free, to eat, to relax, just to get away from the structure of the school day for 30 minutes or whatever lunchtime happens to be. And schools continue to violate this law and therefore continue to violate the civil rights of students. It is incumbent that this board ensures that laws are followed to protect the students. Students do not have a union. Students don't have any cohesive way to come and tell you this is happening to them, and they don't have any way to say, you're breaking the law and you need to protect me. I've asked many times that this policy is reviewed at each and every school, and it continues. The problem is when you break the law and you break the policy, there are teachers that take it to the excess. There are teachers that are keeping students in lunch detention day after day after day after day after day. This needs to be looked at and needs to be complied with. The law is very, very, very clear about it. Lunch detention is not allowed under district policy, and the law provides for students to have that free time. I come up here over and over again and express my concerns about these students, and just because students don't know the laws that protect them doesn't mean that adults have the right to violate those laws.
Okay, before we begin our meeting with the color guard, I would like to have Mr. Barrera make a comment before we get up and before they come forward about a moment of silence.
Thank you, President Evans. I wanted to take a moment for us all to reflect in our own way about a great leader in our community, Dee Dee McClure, who just passed away this last week. I'll take a couple minutes to just say a few things here about Dee Dee. It's almost impossible to mention the words political activist, community leader, and women's rights advocate without the name Ardelia Dee Dee McClure. For more than 4 decades, Dee Dee was a devoted and untiring advocate on behalf of San Diego's most underserved people and communities. Her passion was demonstrated by her longtime and active service with the Girls Club of San Diego. Dee Dee in 1968 was elected to the Board of Directors of the San Diego Economic Opportunity Commission. In the early 1970s, when there was much unrest with the San Diego Police Department and its relationship with neighborhoods, the City Council established the Police Community Relations Board, and then Mayor Pete Wilson appointed Dee Dee as the first chairperson. Dee Dee was active in the formation of the San Diego Model Cities program. She was a founding member of the San Diego chapter of the National Women's Political Caucus and also a driving force with the National Organization of Women. Dee Dee served as the president of the San Diego chapter of Planned Parenthood and was the first African-American person to ever hold this position. Her unending crusade as an activist on behalf of women, cultural, ethnic, and geographic communities led to her induction in the San Diego County Women's Hall of Fame in 2003. A native of the south side of Chicago, Dee Dee McClure entered the world on August 20th, 1933, and she left this world on December 7th, 2012, after a long and brave battle with cancer. Dee Dee McClure's passion, skills, and leadership in building coalitions and understanding of San Diego's diverse communities made her one of the county's most influential and inspirational people. She will be missed very much by those who knew her, but her legacy will live on through her spirit and her service. If we could please observe a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, President Evans.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to being formally dressed up, there's nobody like the United States Marine Corps. We have today the Marine Corps JROTC Color Guard from University City High School will now present the colors. Please stand. Fellas? Seat. Up. Breathe in. Fellas? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Gary, fellas. Order. Off. Sure. Up. Right. Face. Forward. What's on? Forward. March. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone here today and those watching the broadcast to call to order the December 11th, 2012 regular meeting of the Board of Education with all board members present, including our newest board member, Marnie Foster. We had a very good workshop this morning where we talked about the board and how we're going to work together during the coming years. So I think you'll see some exciting things happening here. And Sandy, you're going to find I'm very excited about this board that we have for the coming 2 years. If you wish to address the board today and you haven't already filled out a form, please go over to the table here to my right and pick up a form and turn it in to Ms. Ward. And when we come to that item on the agenda, then we will call you up to speak at that point in time. If there's something you want to speak about that is not on the agenda today, we had a testimony before the meeting began, and we will also have more testimony at the end of the meeting if you wish to do that. Besides the board members who are here, I would like the ASB presidents who are here today to tell us a little bit about what's going on at their schools. First of all, we have the ASB Council President, Daniel Hamilton, who is from La Jolla High School, and also we have Ashley Bugos from Kearney High School. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Reporting from La Jolla High School, and this is something that we're not only doing at La Jolla but throughout the district. It's Anti-Bullying Week, which the board had moved into an official week at the last meeting. So thank you all for that. And so what we're doing with that is each day we're focusing on a different type of bullying, whether it be verbal, social, physical, or bullying on the internet, and really highlighting that and focusing on what we can do to kind of get rid of that. And so today we wrote down statistics of bullying and chalk on the floor throughout our entire campus, and so that was really cool. And in addition to that, we're doing our annual canned food drive with the San Diego Food Bank, and that'll go for about a week and a half longer.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley and I'm from Kearney High School, as well as the Anti-Bullying Week that we have going on our campus. We are also preparing for our holiday Spirit Week, which is next week, as well as preparing for a blood drive that we have coming up in January, as well as the Martin Luther King Freedom from Hunger food drive in January.
Okay, thank you very much. And as always, during the meeting, if there's something you would like to speak about, when we're bringing up a particular topic, we really appreciate your input. And just tap on your microphone, and that will get my attention so that you'll have a chance to speak. I see we have another empty chair there. Maybe in the future we can have some of our elementary and middle school ASB presidents here too. I know talked to the president of Central Elementary ASB, who was sworn in last week by Mayor Bob Fellner. So we should have her here with us sometime too. Okay, at this time, speaking of students, we have just one moment here. Okay. Just have to get things in the right order here. We have a student presentation from my sub-district, which is Spreckels Elementary School. Spreckels is a bilingual magnet in University City. And I asked them to bring a few students from the class of 2020. The class of 2020 is currently in the 5th grade. They were in the 1st grade when I first started on the board, so the time's going very quickly. And I wanted them just to share a little bit what they're doing at school and what their vision is so that we can hear from them. So please come on forward up onto the stage right here. And we have microphones up here so you can come right up here and everybody can see you. And we'll go down in the audience so we can see you here.
Hi, my name is Dylan, class of 2020, sorry. And I'd like to introduce Nahi.
When I graduate from high school, my dream is to go to college at UCLA in Los Angeles because a lot of famous people like Shakira went there. I want to study to be a chemist. Cuando me gradúe de la escuela secundaria, mi sueño es ir a la Universidad de UCLA en Los Ángeles porque mucha gente famosa como Shakira fueron ahí. Quiero estudiar para ser un químico.
My dream for 2020 when I graduate from high school is to go to college in Barcelona, Spain. I want to see the art and buildings designed by Guido because I love architecture. However, my dream job would be in Denmark, where the original Lego factory is found. There I would love to work as a Lego designer. Mi sueño para el año 2020 cuando me gradúe de la escuela secundaria es ir a la universidad en Barcelona, España. Quiero ver el arte y edificios diseñados por Gaudí porque me encanta la arquitectura. Sin embargo, mi trabajo ideal sería en Dinamarca, donde la original fábrica de Lego se encuentra. Me gustaría trabajar con diseñador de Legos.
Hi, my name is QUORUM. When I graduate from high school in 2020, I want to go to college and either study programming and become a programmer, or I would like to go to UCSD and learn to become a Lego designer. Either way, I'm going to UCSD.
These students are active in our school garden and would like to share a few thoughts.
En nuestro jardín escolar plantamos diferentes variedades de plantas. Hemos plantado lechugas, cebollas, chícharos, rábanos y diferentes plantas y flores. Nos aseguramos de que tengan suficiente agua y nutrientes para que crezcan y también preparamos la tierra para que crezcan bien.
Every 5th grader loves working on their iPad. Here's how technology is impacting our education. Focus and concentration. Achieve 3,000, working on at my own reading level. In 2020, I want to go to college at Cal State Dominguez Hills. I'm not sure when I want to study yet.
In 2020, I plan on attending San Diego State University, playing softball, and becoming a doctor. Among the exciting educational activities at Spreckels, many students participate in both instrumental music as well as music theory and performance.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. That was a great presentation. Getting an idea of what we need to do to help them prepare from now until the year 2020. Actually, in the next couple of months, we're going to be having the honor concerts at Symphony Hall and other places, and it's the result of kids like this who are starting off usually in the 5th grade. And this is actually very early in the school year to actually being willing to get up and do a performance. So we really appreciate that. And the fact that they're able to do this in 2 languages is certainly remarkable. However, I believe we have a board member now who speaks 3 languages, at least. English, Swedish, and Spanish. Okay, so if anybody here speaks Swedish, she can translate for you. Okay, moving right along. Motion to adopt the agenda. Moved and seconded. Please vote. Okay, we will continue with the agenda. And the first item we're going to go to, moving ahead, is to item I-1. It's the annual financial statements for the year, fiscal year 2011-12, with our accountants and the treasurers here. So, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't get a full vote on the agenda. Let's see now. Okay, we have 5 votes. Okay, very good. Okay, for the audit, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Evans. Each year we are required to have an external audit, a review of all of our financial accounts, and we have 2 speakers tonight. We have the chairman of our Audit and Finance Committee, our county tax collector, Mr. Dan McAllister, who has some commentary to share from the committee. And we also have the head of our external audit firm, Ms. Christy White, here as well. So over to Mr. McAllister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President and members of the board, and welcome to the newest member. My pleasure to be here indeed, and also with Christy White tonight is Heather Dowd, who is sort of the lead auditor on our count and on our audit for external audits for San Diego Unified School District. But I'm pleased to report tonight that the Audit and Finance Committee was asked to review the external report conducted by Christy White, the Accountancy Corporation, for the fiscal years 2011 through 12. The committee commends the district again and the finance staff for receiving an unqualified opinion from the external auditors. This is the best opinion a school district can receive, as well as completing the audit on time and meeting state deadlines for the 8th year in a row. Each year, the audit process has seemingly become easier and clearer to those of us that are involved in it, and I wish to commend the staff, too, for doing a very good job in attacking and going after the findings each year as the audit unveils them. But between January and December 2012, the committee was provided with periodic progress reports of the external and internal audit processes. Status reports on the internal audit hotline were also provided to us. Audit findings and recommendations from the previous year were tracked, and implementation reports provided to the committee. Of the 6 prior year findings, just 2, though, have been fully addressed and solutions implemented. And the remaining 4 items were carried over from 2011 to 2012. This is of particular interest to your new CFO, Mr. Dobbs, I know, who has vowed for the committee to make sure that we don't have any repeats on this list in the future. And I think that's a laudable goal, and it's something the audit community and the audit committee feels very strongly about. The external audit report for 2011-12 discussed 6 findings. The audit findings outlined certain internal control issues. However, for the 2nd year in a row, the auditors did not find any instances of federal noncompliance. This is a good trend. There are other areas that still need correction. The district budget reductions have had an impact on internal control based on repeat findings such as ASB funds issues, cash receipting at child development centers, and physical plant operations inventory. The committee continues to be concerned about the accountability of district management staff in addressing these findings. Although ultimate responsibility lies with the next higher level of management to ensure district policies are followed, it is the expectation of this committee that the managers and employees all need to be held measurably accountable for the jobs they are taking over. We expect that on the next audit report this will no longer be a finding, and we are hopeful that, as we had discussed last week, these will not show up again next year. On Friday, November 30th, 2012, the committee unanimously agreed to recommend that your board accept and approve the independent auditor's report for 2011-12 and concurs with the recommendations contained in the audit findings. This concludes our report back to you. We've transmitted a letter, I think, which outlines basically what I've just said to you. We would be happy to take any questions that you might have. And Ms. White, I don't know if you have any comments, or Ms. Dowd.
No, I just want to add that the district has done an excellent job, and all of our audit opinions are unqualified, which is the best opinion you can receive. So while we do have some recommendations, you've still received the highest level of assurance on your financial statements.
Any questions or comments from board members? Mr. Beiser.
As a member of the Audit and Finance Committee, I just want to thank the auditors and their organization for conducting this outside audit to help us look very deeply at our books and identify opportunities to improve. Were any transgressions or items that you noticed of measurable deficiency for the district?
Well, there was one instance of what we identified as a material weakness due to a restatement, I think, and that was in the area of accounts payable. It's outlined that there was an accrual that was not booked, so we had to restate the financial statements, but we were able to identify the reason for that, and we believe it's an isolated incident. So we do believe the financial statements are fairly represented here.
Has that material deficiency been remedied?
We haven't been able to test to that in the subsequent year until next year's AP, but we were able to test the balances in here.
All right. And so by having the overall ranking and all the rankings or your assessment be unqualified, which is the highest rating we can receive for this audit, it's kind of like saying we got an A.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And I would like to point out that A is really due to our hardworking staff, as opposed to us, although Mr. Beiser and Mr. Barnett certainly serve on the Audit and Finance Committee, and appreciate the work that Mr. McAllister is doing there and your accounting group, which has come in. But this is a real testament to very diligent work by our staff to have this unqualified approval. So thank you very much.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we accept the audit.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to accept this audit. Please vote. 5-0. We unanimously agreed to accept an A. Okay. Thank you. That wasn't a hard vote. Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to administrative assignments and the superintendent's information report.
President Evans, I do not have any administrative assignments tonight, and before I move on to the superintendent's information report, I have a sad consideration to bring forward, and I'd ask Chief Ruben Littlejohn please come to the podium. We recently had the passing of one of our officers, Officer Santos, who served at Choice Meade suddenly and recently, and I would like the Chief to make comments and observe a moment of silence. So, Chief, over to you.
Sure. Superintendent Coben, board members, School Police Services lost one of its own this weekend. We are saddened by the loss of Community Service Officer Tony Santos, who passed away in his sleep. Tony began his career with the district in 1994. He worked at San Diego High School prior to being hired by school police as a community service officer and spent the majority of his time with us at Choice Meade Elementary Schools. He was known as a caring mentor, yet would counsel students on discipline issues as needed. His presence on campus touched thousands of students over his 18 years with the district. Tony often spent his own money and paid bills for parents, purchased shoes for children, gifts, and other things school children need. He did this out of dedication to the children and did not seek recognition for his generosity. Tony was a native San Diegan and a graduate of Lincoln High School, where he and his family remain active. We have his family represented here to my right. He is survived by his wife Mary, an adult son, and an adult daughter, and a granddaughter. His mother, one sister, and 5 brothers. He enjoyed bowling, playing in leagues in the past, and was an animal lover and a member of Mount Airy Baptist Church. He'll be greatly missed by us, but in particular, I wanted to read an excerpt from the school about Tony. Counselor Susan Price and Principal Julia Birdie had this to say about Officer Santos and the work that he did at Choice Meade. Anthony Santos, a man of honor, integrity, courage, and respect, a dear friend, and an invaluable part of Choice Meade school community. Officer Santos will be greatly missed. As a boy, Anthony Santos attended Choice Meade Elementary, and as a man and leader, worked with students and families of this community for over 15 years. The kindness that Officer Santos shared with our students will never be forgotten. We are eternally grateful for his generosity in spirit. The time that he took to know each student individually is precious and invaluable. His guidance and wisdom led each of us towards truth and understanding and taught us to be proud of ourselves. He loved each and every one of the students that walked the halls of Choice Meade. His work with students encompassed home visits, meetings with parents and students, teacher conferences, teacher safety and character education, presenting at Caught You with good character assemblies, delivering turkeys and food during the holidays, dressing up as Santa Claus and delivering Christmas gifts to students at home, marching in parades, taking kids to get new school uniforms, helping stray dogs find loving homes, distributing backpacks, books, and food to kids that were without. Officer Santos did whatever was required to make sure our school was our school site was safe and that kids were taken care of. He knew each child's name and that of their brother, sister, and parents. He was loved by so many, and day after day proved to be a beacon of strength and safety for so many of our students. I'd like to observe the work that he did and him as an individual, father, brother, son, and officer with a moment of silence. Thank you. Finally, services will be held on his behalf at Mount Erie Baptist Church at 511 South 47th Street on Friday, December 14th at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Littlejohn. To move forward with the superintendent's report, I have a few things I want to highlight for the board, staff, and the community. We most recently, San Diego Unified, participated in the semi-annual countywide Superintendent's Principal Achievement Gap Task Force Forum that was scheduled and held on the 28th of November at the Convention Center. This is an event that we widely attend, area superintendents, principals, to share and learn of strategies that are working across our county to overcome challenges of the achievement gap. And in this instance, we also showcased some good work at Pershing Middle School as a part of the overall teaming and sharing with the other county districts. I had the opportunity as well to do a number of school visits ranging from Fulton K-8 and Memorial Middle School to Franklin Elementary, Claremont High, and Bird Rock, noting many positive events that are occurring in each of these schools in their own right, servicing children. I came back around to actually crisscross paths with some of those school visits because we had the great honor on December the 3rd, the day that Mayor Bob Filner was inaugurated downtown at City Hall, to be a part of 3 visits he made midday, almost immediately after assuming the office of Mayor of San Diego. He had the opportunity to speak with students at Memorial Middle School, Central Elementary, and Patrick Henry High School. Terrific experience and lesson in civics for our young people. And I think that the mayor enjoyed seeing the good work we're doing across the district. Among things he did was to swear in the ASB officers at Central Elementary School, and to do a little bit of debating over alternative energy at Patrick Henry High with one of the students there. And in the evening, there was one of the community celebrations, a number that he moved across the city to meet with his constituents, and one of those was at Mira Mesa High School. And just recently, yesterday, the mayor was here to swear in our board president. So we look forward to an active engagement with the governing body at City Hall with the mayor in the years to come. Some other things to share with all. I was at Scripps Ranch High School to recognize the Air Force JROTC team. They came in a second place, nationwide second place in an academic bowl. The JROTC team came through the Air Force as the champion, representing in a tri-service competition, finished second to the Army. We also, this past week, celebrated our aspiring administrator partnership that we have with San Diego State University. One of the critical things the board talked about today in a planning session was leadership in the district. And over the last couple of years, we've had a very solid alignment with San Diego State to take teachers who are personally nominated by their principals for their potential, motivation, interest in becoming administrators. And we are now up to 4 cohorts that are being managed to come through San Diego State to earn an administrative credential. They will serve as our future leaders. We're not standing pat based on being in a crisis of any kind. Fiscal, to recognize good leadership has to be grown internal to the district, and we now are up to 4 cohorts, almost 100 people that are earning these credentials, and we've already placed a few of them in administrative positions. There's a whole lot more goodness to follow. Last two items. This past week, we were also participating in a community town hall. The Community Advocacy Action Team asked if we would speak about the blueprint for accelerating academic excellence for African and African American children. Previously, we had called this the AAAE blueprint, but with true recognition that this is a full-up district commitment, community commitment, we're dropping the term AAAE with their respect and deference and saying this is our commitment to how we will raise kids and do so in a very constructive, engaging, inclusive way for academics. And the very last item, also a note of celebration. One of only 3 schools in the entire county to exit program improvement was our own Stanley Middle School. And I was out there just yesterday recognizing kids and parents and staff for what they've done. A remarkable accomplishment, as we all know how hard it is to lift all subgroups over consecutive years to get past the stringent exit criteria for No Child Left Behind. And they're doing it at Stanley Middle School. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent. And we will now move to our board information reports. Let's start with Mr. Barnett.
I'll just formally wish Ms. Foster welcome and look forward to working with you and Mr. President and Ms. Pereira for your reelection. And I want to wish all of you happy holidays ahead and look forward to working with my colleagues in the collaborative way in the coming year to continue to improve the education here in San Diego Unified. Thank you.
Mr. Beiser?
I have nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Observing his 10 minutes of silence. Okay. Mr. Brera?
Just a couple of things. First of all, I'd join Superintendent Koba in thanking our new mayor, Bob Filner, who came straight from his swearing in at Balboa Park on Monday and brought his whole security and media caravan straight to Memorial Middle School, which was, I think, exciting for the kids, and then joined us at Patrick Henry at Central. I think one of the most exciting parts of the visit to Memorial is the mayor was being interviewed by some student leaders who were involved in the Cesar Chavez Service Club, and the mayor was able to share with the students that he had both marched with Cesar Chavez, and when he was their age, when he was 13 years old, had met Martin Luther King, and I think that was a big boost to the students there at Memorial. So, great hope for a partnership with the district and the mayor. And then we had a great groundbreaking unveiling at our Alternative Learning Behavior Academy school in North Park. So about, 3 or 4 months after I was elected to the board, right in the middle of, the first of many budget crises, our erstwhile superintendent, Bill Koba, came and sat me down and said, Richard, we need to close an elementary school in your district, and we need to bring in ALBA, the Alternative Learning Behavior Academy, to be on the site in the community in North Park. And I said, thank you very much, Bill, for that. That's gonna win me a lot of support in my district. But what we did is we said, okay, but if we're going to do this, and it was the right thing to do, we've got to make this work with the community. And at the time, Todd Gloria, who had just been elected City Council representative for District 3, was a great partner with us and convened the community to talk about what we could do, what were the possibilities to both improve the school, turn the facility into a proper site for ALBA, for the students who attend ALBA, but also how we could make some investments in the neighborhood. And a few years later, we made good on our word. Principal Vernon Moore has been an incredible leader both at the school and at the community. The students have made a significant investment in the community and actually spend their time going into the neighborhood and doing neighborhood cleanups and community service. And in exchange, we have tremendous partnerships coming in to work with our students at Alba. So from those early days, when we had to make a commitment to the community, we were going door to door, knocking on doors, introducing Alba to the community to see what's happened. It was very, very fulfilling, and I think it was about the school district honoring its commitment to both our students and to our community. So thank you for your leadership on that, Bill.
Okay, and Ms. Foster. Is it turned on?
Testing.
There we go. There's a button there. It's actually behind the computer. There's a button there. We should have told you that before the meeting.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say that I really appreciate the warm welcome that I have received, and I'm really encouraged about what I see both in the community and on this board. And I want to thank you, Superintendent Kova, for your leadership. I did also participate in the town hall meeting at Lincoln High School, and that was a really good showing of support and partnership and collaboration, which is key, and to fully adopt the blueprint and the statement that what is outlined in that blueprint is really good for the achievement of all students, not just one section of students, it's all students. So thank you for your leadership as far as that's concerned. And then also, last night, I guess I just went straight to work, because after the swearing in, I went to the Lincoln High School cluster meeting, and there we elected our officers for the year. Principals shared what they're doing to improve student achievement. And so we also talked about our vision for the Lincoln cluster area, which involves a lot of partnership with faith-based organizations, the business communities, and really getting parents engaged in some innovative efforts there. So I'm really encouraged, and thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just to add on to that, I was also at that meeting at Lincoln High School, and it was a good example of a community really coming together. This was a faith-based, organized meeting. But to me, what was really important was the tenor of the meeting, the respect between all the individuals involved, and the commitment of everybody there for the well-being of the students in San Diego Unified. And we really need to take that example and use that all the time. As I said earlier, we had a workshop this morning with the board members discussing how we're going to work together. We reviewed our Vision 2020 and how we're moving forward on that and how we can work together to make that happen. But a really key thing here is the respect and the manner in which we speak to each other. Even tonight we'll bring up different topics. Some topics are controversial, and we won't always agree on them, but we really can set a new tone. I think you're going to see a big difference in terms of how we deal with a lot of these things, both among ourselves on the board, working with the staff, and between the board and the general community with our employee groups, our unions. We need to reach out in every way to have really meaningful dialogue and to calmly and carefully discuss very difficult issues that we have. I think in terms of the urgency of this, I think when we had different speakers last night at the swearing in, one thing that Dr. Shirley Weber brought up, she's a former board president and current assembly member from San Diego, talking about if a mother had 8 children, she wouldn't start calculating what percentage of those children she wanted to succeed. She would want them all to succeed. And so I think that's a really good example for us. We've made a real emphasis in the last few months on pointing out some of the great successes that we've had in San Diego Unified, and we want to kind of export some of those successes to the other schools. But we're also going to be very forthright and blunt about where things are not going well. And I think the meeting at Lincoln High School was a good example of a place that has a lot of challenges, and we really want to see a lot of big improvements and at a much faster rate than we've had up until now. So I think we're off to a very good start for that. Moving forward to the superintendent's consent agenda. First of all, let me see if there are public speakers before we ask for pulling items. So just the one on here and this one. Okay. First of all, we have Candace Ertl. That's not the right one. Excuse me. I'm sorry. There are none except for this one. Okay. I just thought I had another one. Okay, on item E4 and E10, citizen.
Regarding field trips, I want to express my concern that students are still not aware that they may attend field trips without having to pay for them. A lot of students are having pressure put on them that if they do not fundraise and they do not come up with the money, they can't go on the field trip. And the result is that students just drop out. They just don't try to go on the field trip because they know their parents don't have money, they don't have money, and they just can't do it. So I continue to reiterate my concern that parents and students need to be informed that they can't be forced to pay for field trips. If they don't have the money, they can still go with their peers and attend these events. Ms. Foster, I hope to see your commitment to providing all students with a free public education, since you are the trustee coming from an area that is predominantly low income, very, very high free and reduced lunch rate for that. Did you want me to speak to E10 as well?
Yes, go ahead.
Interdivisional Curriculum Committee. I'm looking at some of these courses that I have concerns about them. Expository reading and writing. This course may only be taught by teachers who have attended the CSU-sponsored professional development. This is very restrictive, and these types of restrictions cost a lot of money. It's expensive when you're reducing classes to only a select few. I wonder if anybody's checked with the union to see if the union has agreed that only select teachers may teach an English language arts course. When you're doing layoffs and you do this type of restriction, there are people that are going to lose their jobs because you've made such a restriction for this course. Only teachers who have attended the CSU-sponsored professional development. Since when does CSU dictate to the district which teachers are going to teach which courses? And seminar in senior year, that concerns me. Why are we putting kids in AVID senior seminar in their senior year? They should be taking advanced placement courses. This is not the year when they're supposed to be learning how to write rigorous college work. They should already be doing that as a senior and doing that in an AP class. It concerns me very much that you're putting kids in an AVID in the senior class. I spoke with Mae Brown of UCSD. We were at a meeting at a science center on, I can't remember, I think it's on Euclid. And she expressed concerns that students are taking AVID instead of AP courses in their senior year. That's not something that looks great on a college resume. This is a fluff course. It's a fluff course. And we shouldn't be approving these types of things. And finally, I usually get 3 minutes per thing, and you just put it for one time. And finally, the ICC is a very important formal group that allows courses that are being presented to be reviewed. It needs to be expanded to include community members. Maybe students have some important input into which courses are being selected for students. I continually ask that that's opened up. Sweetwater School District has this formal board that reviews courses, and they have 2 slots for community members and parents. San Diego Unified should follow the same practice and open it up to let the community see what courses are being presented. What I see is not very good review of the courses. They continue to be expanded, and that's very, very expensive for this school district in terms of buying books for things that are just pilots. Some of these things I don't understand why they're all pilots. These courses already exist in San Diego Unified.
Thank you. Okay, in terms of just mentioning for Ms. Foster, the procedure with the consent agenda is that we have it earlier in the meeting, and we hear any public comments, so people here can comment on it since it comes at the end of the meeting. And then after hearing that, board members, if they would like to pull an item from the consent agenda item, can pull that item, and we will discuss it at the end of the meeting and approve the other items. So are there any board members who wish to pull an item? Mr. Visor.
I'd like to pull item E1, E2, E3, and E14, please. 1, 2, 3, 14. Do we have a bingo?
14.1.
Okay. 14.
Item E14.
Right, E14. The classification item. Okay. So we have those 4 items. Any other items to be pulled by board members? If not, is there a motion to approve the remainder? Oh, E10. Okay. Okay, items 1, 2, 3, 10, and 14. Motion to approve the remainder?
So moved.
Okay, and second? Okay, please vote. Okay, we've approved the remaining items on the consent agenda, and we will come to the others at the end of the meeting. Okay, at this point, again, with the ASB, the President of the President's Council, anything else to report on what's going on with the ASB President's Council?
Just really quick, we haven't met since we last met at the board, but I did or 2 weeks ago, I guess is when it was. I didn't get a chance to mention what we discussed at our Student Senate meeting, which was a few weeks prior to that. And first, it's appropriate that I do this here. We had Mr. Barrera who attended that, and so thank you for that, and also Ms. Foster who were there. And so I know I was really grateful for that and all of the students. What we did there is we had all of the ASP presidents, and then from each school, they brought about 5 or 6 students from their school to discuss any issues or things of interest or topics at their school that they wanted to discuss in kind of a broader perspective. And so what we got from that, and this was directly following Election Day, so Prop 30 had just passed and Prop Z. And so what we asked them is really what they want from this board and what they'd like to see at their schools. And really they gave me almost a laundry list of things at their school that they'd want to have improved. They have opinions on almost every single topic. And so kind of to give you kind of the specifics, or not specifics, but in general, the hot topic issues were there was a lot of concern with counselors at schools. I know, with the budget cuts and everything, there weren't as many counselors, and for a lot of students this was really concerning, especially when you've got one counselor for an entire high school and a senior class of 300 or so that need to have college application recommendations written, and it's not the most realistic thing for one counselor to write recommendations for students that they've just met in that 1 year. So that was a big thing. As far as textbooks goes, there was concern whether they were outdated, whether they could even read the text as it was, because the textbook was 5 or 6 years old, and they weren't able to really get any information from the text. And so I know with the iPads, and I know that you guys have talked about using ebooks and that sort of thing. So I know that could be a possible solution. Also for school supplies at a lot of those schools, because so much of the money was put into saving as many teachers as possible, where that money didn't go was to school supplies, and so we've had classes where there wasn't paper in the classroom, or where there weren't basic school supplies, and so kids had to bring in their own paper, or they had to print out all of their own documents and all of their own attachments at home because the teacher didn't have anything provided for them. And I think that kind of summed up the main points of their concern. But if any of the board members want to know any more specifics, I'd be more than happy to go over them with you. And I'd also like to invite all of the board members to come to our next council meeting, which will be on December 19th, so that's next Wednesday. And that's here from 3 to 5 p.m. And that is everything that I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, I'm curious, in the discussions, did anything ever come up about lockers and the use of lockers? And it's different at different high schools, I think, and I'm just curious if that's a topic that students are concerned about or not.
I don't know if we had lockers mentioned specifically. I know there was a couple of comments in regard to the situation of facilities. I think the biggest one that came up was bathrooms. There's certain restrooms that had to be shut down on campus because there was only one janitor or something like that. So just a lack of employees, so they had to shut down some of the facilities. Also, there was mention, and this was actually at La Jolla, in there, I think it's in our auditorium, there's a problem with the lighting, and so when it rains, a lot of the things short out. And so just kind of, and that was more on a campus-by-campus basis. At UC, there was issues with bathrooms, at La Jolla with auditorium. I know Kearney High School was curious about their field.
Yeah.
And so actually, if you want to speak to that.
On it. So Kearney's field was supposed to get redone. Our whole, with our football field and our baseball field was all supposed to get redone over this past summer, but it's been postponed. So now we can't, and there's also, I guess, a crack going right underneath our field, so we can't even have any type of home games or anything happening on the field because there's a crack that goes right underneath it, so it's kind of caution taped off. So that was a big issue that was brought up to me as well at the Congress meeting about how we can go about maybe getting that work started sooner when it was supposed to be over the summer, and it's postponed till maybe this summer or later.
Do any staff members here present have can give me an update on what the status of the Kearney field, so that it will be very quickly disseminated tomorrow at Kearney High School? Okay.
We had a long-term plan to do a realignment of the entire Kearney High field and install a whole new stadium. That's under design and going as fast as possible. In the meantime, there was a swale around the perimeter of the field that gave way and caused a lot of erosion, and there were some concerns when we did some soil boring because we noticed some cracks, and so we asked a geotech firm to do an analysis to make sure it was safe, and we've safed off there's a portion of the field that is not safe, so we've blocked that off. We have a short-term solution to shore up that area, and then but we're continuing with a long-term solution, which is to completely realign and move the field closer to the campus, along with moving some portables and things, and building a brand new stadium. And so that project is underway and in design and moving along quickly. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but I can certainly send you an email or something. I'll give you my card.
Well, that's Mr. Dolgaroff the other day when I was asking about it. I seem to recall a date. This is assuming that the board issues new bonds in the spring, which we'll have to use Prop Z money, and because Prop S money, we can't issue bonds because of and so my understanding was, assuming the state architect approves the plans, that hopefully it will be the project will be built this summer.
We can start construction this summer. I mean, provided the funds are available, which I think, based on my discussions with our financial advisor, we'll be coming to you in February in a workshop, and I believe that we'll have adequate funding available, and the project is going to go into the Division of State Architect, be reviewed, and I think it's going to get out of that review process sometime in the either early summer or midsummer, and I hope to start construction in the summer. Although that might be an inconvenience for the fall sports, but typically those projects for a full stadium take about 9 months to construct. So I can have more detail for you when I check back with my staff.
So the main reason, I think, what I'm hearing is the main reason why the project was pushed back was primarily because Mother Nature created these problems in terms of the earth cracking and sliding, and
we did have to do some additional study, but it didn't really delay the overall design of the realignment of the stadium. We just encountered kind of a short-term issue that was unforeseen. If it makes you feel better, we had some drainage problems at Mission Bay High School that we had to design around as well. So,
thank you.
I think it is important to note that even though it's frustrating that it's not started yet, this is actually at least a year ahead of what was the original timeline a couple of years ago, and the board had moved all these field projects up. So,
correct.
I know I'm confident that we'll be able to get at least the field portion hopefully done in time for fall. So,
okay,
I know Mr. Dolgoroff can do it.
Well, there's a board member that's
If it can be done, we'll make it happen.
Okay.
Anything else?
Mr. Hamilton.
One final note from the Student Senate meeting. Students love to see the board members at the campuses, and so that was expressed by all the students. So if you ever get a chance, and they'd love to see you there, if you stop by at lunch and just take a look at the facilities, talk to the students, they'd love to have you.
My daughters have told me not to come to there. So,
Mr. Barnett is
there might be one exception.
Besides the other.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Foster will be visiting her son's school too. Both sons. Okay. Sometimes that's very effective for getting them in line. Okay. Just the threat of it. We have item F2. Is there a motion on this item? Move to approve in seconds. Okay. No comments. Please vote. Okay, and then we come to item F3, which is the Title I eligibility ranking for the San Diego Unified School District, which we look at each year. And this is the first reading, so we'll begin to look at this today. Superintendent.
If I could have Mr. Ron Rohde come forward. Ron, as the Chief Accountability Officer, works with both the Finance Organization and with the District Advisory Committee to every year go through a consultation process on how we want to allocate Title I funds. We come to the board, and it's usually over a couple of months a discussion of allocation models, impacts, and today was intended to be a first exposure to what we know about Title I at this juncture, recognizing in the headlines that we're hearing regularly over the last several weeks is sequestration, fiscal cliff, and federal funding. But that's part of the environment we're in, and I'm going to let Ron share with you what we know about options, input from the committee, which is evolving. They'll be back consulting on this very shortly, and Ron will go into that. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Rohde.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I probably should have added one additional word to the title of this presentation, and it should be the school allocation method, because tonight the intent is not to talk about actual dollars, as the superintendent mentioned. It's really to get your feedback on what method to use for allocating dollars to our school sites for the 2013-14 school year. And just coincidentally, to let you know, we actually don't even have the final numbers for the current school year, 2012-13. We are expecting those very soon, but as you know, the budget cycle gets ahead of us each year. So just as a little bit of background of where we're at, asked to provide you with a little bit of information about how we spend our Title I dollars. So on slide 2, we have kind of a very high-level discussion of where our funding is going. So for the current year, when we started with the budget, based on information we had from the Department of Education, we are anticipating about $43 million. That we know has since changed, but that's what we had in the budget at the time. And the biggest, largest chunk of that we give directly to schools through our ranking report, and that was about $20 million that we allocated for the current school year. And after that, we also have some other expenses or allocations, and you can see on the slide, the next one is we have about $5 million that we also gave directly to schools, not via the ranking report, but for example, our year 4 and 5 program improvement schools, we give an additional per student allocation, and we also, at your direction last year, carved out $2 million that was going to be taken from the schools that were in the 40 to 74% range and reallocated to schools in the 75% and above range. We also have a number of required reservations that come about because of the No Child Left Behind law. And in this case, you know that there's 20% we have to do for the choice and tutoring programs because we're a district in program improvement. There's also a professional development, so that's another 10%. Parent involvement is required 1%. And then there's some other required reservations for services to students that would reside in our district who attend private schools. There's support for students who are homeless, etc. So those are some other required reservations that we must take out. Another fairly large chunk is for our indirect costs. These are the typical business costs that are incurred for operating a program of this magnitude. So kind of the regular business operations for payroll, for financial transactions, all of that sort of thing. And then the last part is another at least $2 million, about 5% that we take out for operating central programs. Many of these are to support required services. So, for example, we must provide our supplemental services. We must provide the choice program. Well, it takes staff to administer those programs. So we pay for some of the staffing to do those. We must provide the coordination of the services to private school students. Again, we're using our Title I dollars to support some of those types of services. So that's where we get those central services and programs. And the next two slides were just the detail that rolls up into that summary that I gave you. So it was a 2-page document. So we just inserted that just to show you how we arrived at those particular breakouts. Continuing on, as that summary rolled up, we have one additional proposal that we received this year. Our early childhood education programs have proposed that we allocate some Title I funds to support some of their program. This is something that is certainly allowable within the Title I law. Many districts do this. It has not been our practice. So we present this to you as an option to consider as we move forward and we get to the budget discussions primarily starting in January. So again, if you have any feedback on that, that's something we would certainly appreciate at this time. I guess the issue, though, is if we allocate funds for that, that means we have to take it from some other area. So we don't have any more money, but it's a potential additional allocation.
Can I just, President? Ron, would there be particular restrictions around how we could spend Title I money for early childhood education? Is there kind of a set of guidelines for?
There are no additional restrictions other than the general rules for Title I. It must be for supplementary services. It cannot supplant other services that were being provided.
And would the funding be allocated to schools by the same formula as the K-12?
The proposal that Early Childhood gave us was mostly for staffing to provide extra services to students. I believe that proposal was a part of this item, so we can provide you with specifics of that if you want. I didn't do that tonight, but there's some categories of some extra teachers, a counselor, a nurse, that sort of thing, to provide services to students who need that supplementary service.
But going along with what he was asking, does it happen to the early childhood have to follow the same allocation plan as the K-12?
The proposal is not.
I'm not talking about their proposal. I'm just saying, are there rules that say if you have it's 40% and above, if we're doing that for the K-12, that it has to be the same thing for early childhood?
The program is not set up the same way as the K-12, so we don't. If it's associated with, we'd have to do more investigation with it, I guess is what I'm saying. So.
Okay.
Because the proposal was not directed in that manner, I don't have complete information for you.
Okay, go ahead.
And then just a reminder that what schools are eligible, again, because we operate school-wide programs typically in this district, we can fund at 40%. Free and reduced price meal eligibility and above. We must fund schools that are 75% and above, or else we have to provide equal funding that they would get if we chose not to fund those in our budget situation. That's not particularly likely. So then we come to kind of the current method, and as you will recall, we are funding schools at 40% and above. That was an action that you took last year. We've been doing that for a little over a decade. Before that, we did start at the 60% threshold, but again, it was moved and it stayed very constant. You may also recall that prior to about 2 years ago, we used a tiered structure where we had schools that were from 40 to 59%. They got one level of funding, approximately maybe $150 per student. Then we had a middle tier that was from 60 to 84, and generally they got about $220, $250 per student. And then the highest tier was those at 85% and above were getting $420, $450, kind of in that range. So it did concentrate the funding at the higher poverty schools, but one of the issues we had was when you came across one of those thresholds. So if one year you were at 85%, you were getting that $450 per student. The next year, if your poverty level dropped and you were only at 84 or 83, you saw a very radical shift in the amount of funding, and therefore the programs you had established at your school had to be rethought and adjusted. So to counter that, we moved to this sliding scale, which evens out those changes from year to year. And just as a note, that came as a recommendation from our DAC body. So again, part of the consultation process was listening to them, and you as a board acted upon that. And last year as well, you may recall that part of your discussion was to set up a multi-year strategy whereby it wasn't necessarily revisited every year. I'm not clear if that was something that was intended, so if you want to, again, think about that as you move forward, that's certainly a direction you could give us. But because of the unique funding situations we're in, I think it's perhaps difficult to make that assessment at this, or that decision at this time. So we have the sliding scale, and again, just as a brief discussion, we'll look at a couple of models here in a minute. It starts at 99% and it drops $6 per student for every decrease in percentage. So if we start, well, we'll look at the specific example, I guess, in a second here. And as the superintendent said, this is one of our items that we do consult with our DAC. They had a discussion at their November 14th general meeting, and out of that came a proposal that you'll see as one of our scenarios here tonight. And then whatever discussion happens tonight, we will take back to the DAC for a fuller discussion at their meeting on December 19th. So we will continue that discussion even as we move into January as well, and we get more specific information about actual allocations. So we have two scenarios that we're providing to you tonight. These are not the only scenarios that could be presented, but they're a starting point. So that's why we have A, B, and C. We don't know what necessarily that one would be. I'm going to talk first about scenario A. And again, we have to layer on here that we don't even know what funding we have at this point. So the dollar amounts that are in this are just example dollar amounts. They're based on some assumptions. We don't know what's going to potentially happen with sequestration. So we've looked at this and put in a fairly conservative number at this point, looking at potential decrease of at least potentially $2 million that might be allocated to schools based on the early information we're getting that somewhere between 8 and 10% could be the reduction should that come to fruition. So again, this model, scenario A, is kind of replicating what we've done this year, looking at funding all schools from 40 to 99% free reduced price meals. It really does concentrate funding at the higher poverty schools. They're getting a much larger per student allocation than the schools, the 99% schools are, for example, than those at 40%. So in this example, we have the highest poverty schools getting $390 per student, and then those at 40% drops all the way down to $36 per student.
What are those numbers currently this year? Do you know?
Yes, well, maybe I didn't. Actually, I didn't bring it with me. I'm sorry, but
okay.
They're not that much different than that. They're a little bit less at the 99% and approximately the same, I think.
I saw a list here. It's currently at 425 down to about 80.
Or was it 62? Might have been.
62, I'm not sure if I have the lowest one there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with the decrease in overall funding, we have to spread it out a little differently. So that was scenario A, and again, we'll take a look at the spreadsheet here in just a second. And then scenario B, this is the one that was proposed by the DAC, and the rationale behind this one was they did not believe that when you were funding those 40% schools at such a low per student amount, at $36 in our example that we just looked at, when you're at a very small school, you're getting $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 for your total Title I program. You have to think about what effectiveness you're going to have in designing a program. Not that it can't be done, but that was the concern. So in this one, again, it still concentrates funding at the highest poverty schools, more so than at the lower poverty schools, but not to the same degree. And in this example, we're going to look at $340 at the 99% schools, and those at 40 get $124. So it increases by a sizable margin the amount that those lower performing schools or poverty schools are getting. Pardon me. So in your packet then you do have our spreadsheet with the two scenarios, and just to describe what we're looking at there, so one of the first things of course we need to do is determine how many students each school has that is going to dictate the level of funding that it gets. So as you look at the report, if we start with the school, of course, it's got some information about the areas. There's a column for provision status. That's to do with the free and reduced price meal program. So if enough students qualify for meals, they can get assigned a provision status, which means they don't have to collect lunch applications every year. They keep that level of poverty as their base year, and it's kept for the remainder of their provision 2 status in this case. And then as we go across...
So how often do we reassess schools' rating annually, for the most part?
Typically it's every 4 to 5 years is the guidance that it should be redone. But if there's no significant change in the school population, it can remain in effect longer than that. And then as we go across, there are some blue shaded columns. These are just looking at how we determine the numbers. So for this year, for example, the end of October was when the schools or parents had to submit their applications that were using those data to determine the funding for 13-14. Hopefully, the document I'm speaking of is a legal-sized spreadsheet that should be in your packets, hopefully.
It's not in the folder, but it's in this big one. Here.
It didn't make it in there? Oh, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry. It is printed on letter size. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So then we have the prior year and then the current year information about numbers of students. And then on the color version, it has a green column, which is scenario A. And again, this looks at starting the funding at about $390 per student for the 99% schools, and then as we drop down to 98%, it decreases by $6. So the next school is going to get $384, and it keeps dropping by $6 with every decrease in percentage of free reduced price meal eligibility. And then if you look at scenario B, as we talked about, you can see again that we're starting at the $340 per student allocation, and then it drops also in this case by a lesser amount because we are trying to close that gap between the allocation for the highest poverty schools and lowest one. So in this case, it was about $3.60 per student instead of $6 that was used in this example. And then the final column on this sheet shows you the difference in the amount that would be allocated to schools based on the two scenarios. So again, we don't want to get caught up in how many dollars each school might be allocated because these are not real numbers yet. But the idea is to get your feedback and direction on where you would like us to go. If these models are close to what you would expect, we can refine these as we get more dollars. Or if you would like us to entertain or to explore other options, my colleagues in the finance department, we work very closely on coming up with these different scenarios for your review. So that's a fairly quick discussion of this. Okay.
If there are questions, and then we'll have the DAC weigh in on this too.
Oh, do you want to just do questions, or you want to do comments from?
Well, let's just if there's clarifying questions at this point, and then we'll have comments. So let's move to we have public speaker David Page, and I guess I need to find out if you're speaking for yourself or speaking for the DAC. And that kind of affects the buzzer.
And if I may, also...
I mean, it's to your opinion.
Just we have a timeline slide in here as well. I just want to remind you, we've already had that initial consultation in November. Tonight we're having this preliminary discussion, go back to the DAC in December, and then we must come and make a decision in January because schools have to have this allocation known when they start their budget process working through end of January and February. So thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Page, are you speaking for the DAC?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, don't turn on the 3-minute timer, please, so we can get...
So I can ramble, right?
And I'll interrupt you if you ramble. But I don't want to have you cut off when you're transmitting information from your group, which is important to us.
Right. And because there's not actual numbers, this is more about process and information available than actual opinion about, although there was the opinion of the DAC for this idea of a baseline for all schools. Actually, what was presented to the DAC was $150 that I provided you at the report on the 27th of November, and now that's been lowered. Actually, these slides don't match your documents. So we have some schools with this newer process that are only $112 per student. If you look at the elementaries, that's where it's most impacted because they have smaller school sizes. So when you have 200 or 300 students, you don't get a lot of money. But in looking at the heading for this agenda, it says it's the district leadership is charged with designing a plan that meets legislative requirements while producing sustainable support that will positively impact student learning and significantly raise achievement. So that's where we come from by saying $18, which is what's proposed, and $27, which is currently what's going on, is not enough to mount a full Title I program that you can evaluate with a Title I team. And I bet the community would rather not have a PI school for getting $2,000 from the district, which is what that does. And so don't give it to them. You'll just lower property values for them, and they won't be able to mount a program. So that's why we're pushing this idea of come up with what your mind says is a base amount. We think $150 provides a half of maybe $30,000 for half a position to do something after school in some of these places. So that's where we come from with that. But what we are asking for is that we have some complete process of looking at the central budget at the same time we look at sites. And we also see that when you just approved the single plans for student achievement, that was a site plan with a budget. And we see the LEA plan as a piece of this discussion as well, which is your central budget. So we'd kind of like to see a discussion about how much goes to schools and how much stays central, which is back to this idea of the $2 million grant process, whether you're going to do that or not. If you're going to adopt the proposal of the early childhood program, what are we going to do or do not do, because we are having less money. When we look at dollar amounts, I'd want you to notice that you have two scenarios. The current year was $20 million and some change going to school sites. The proposal that you see for the next time is $18 million. I want you to see what $2 million less going to sites does to availability of dollars per student. So when we're looking on this board of 390 or 300 and whatever, it's not apples and apples, because we don't know what we're going to have going to school sites. It's just what can we sustain at the base level and work back up with, I think, is your bigger call to make sure that everybody gets something worthwhile. And then next, what are you going to do centrally with your money, because we've had several plans out there. But I am concerned about something else, and the DAC will be as well, that the idea of the early childhood, not whether or not it's a good idea, but the fact that it's on this agenda with no title. So if I was a parent looking for this, or a public member, I never saw the title in an agenda item, early childhood proposal. It's just Title 1 ranking. So hopefully the next time that comes around, it actually has its own agenda item. And hopefully it would have come to the DAC before it comes to the board. And we're going to be talking about that, I would assume, in item I-4, which is how the district interacts with parents. That we want to see complete information that matches across the board, and that we want to see all proposals come by the DAC before they come here for consideration. Not that we would say one thing or another about them. But we are concerned about the fiscal budget that we don't know yet, and are thankful that we have a little bit of time to be consulted in the future. Thank you.
If I could. David, I just wanted to go back to one comment you had. I'm looking for some verification. Is it your opinion that to make for a meaningful allocation to a school, we ought to start with $150 per student, with an idea that a reasonable $30,000 or some targeted amount to give a school and a school site council some reasonable flexibility to make an impact? I'm just trying to appreciate the boundaries.
And that's just a personal opinion, and so don't take that for yourselves. You have the chart that came the 27th from the district. It's also on the DAC's website that showed 150. And you have one that shows 112, and start looking at those smaller elementaries to see if $2,000, $7,000, and look how far up. You get almost to 50% before you start to see something in the neighborhood of $30,000 with $10,000 or $15,000. And so I'm not a proponent of going higher than 40% in funding, but at the same time, if you don't want to fund them well, then save the community's property values by taking them out of program improvement. That's personal thought, but up to, as a board thought, I'm asking for you to consider those things as to what's good for community and good for students. At the same time, I know that those schools are counting on that money to provide a portion of a nurse, a portion of a counselor, and I'm not calling it supplanting or anything like that. I'm just saying those small schools count on that little bit of money to maybe open the library a couple hours, and so whatever you can do for them, they need at the 40% level. So I would not say that you categorically change those parameters. I think what went wrong last time is we cut back too far on that bottom, trying to do more for the schools and program improvement in a denser area. But the reason that I push for you seeing carryover dollars is that when you see 10 and 20% of money carried over from the previous year, I don't see in these documents the $4 million of leftover money from last year. And you look historically at our consolidated applications, we've carried over $4 to $6 million every single year. So why penalize those little schools that only get what many schools carry over to count on just for their librarian? Those schools that get hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes carry over $50,000, $60,000 that would have funded a librarian for a whole year for a small elementary. And so that's why I'm saying I understand the need to support those students in the dense areas, but at the same time not leave out those that just need the crumbs off the table of those bigger schools that get more money. That's all.
Yeah, Mr. Page, I have a question in terms of the DAC and working with everybody who's at different levels on the allocation and so forth. how does that go? I mean, you have 99% schools and 40% schools and everything in between. How can you just describe how you come to consensus on these things?
So
particularly like this recommendation.
As a leader, I don't come to consensus. I think I've mentioned this before, that it's not, I don't see it as my role to come up with a vote that says this is what we think. And I've tried to come here with this many people think this, and this many people think this. And in the past, it's been fairly consistent without a lot of controversy that it was 50-50 or something like that. When we say that we believe in something, it's from a vote that's almost always unanimous, maybe one or two dissenters, because they're the schools that get the most money, that kind of thing. This becomes very heated when you talk to the schools themselves, that one's louder than the other. Now, that's why I provided this last meeting you an attendance report to show you who attends. That's important to know who's got a voice. And what we noticed also was that that we need to work on that attendance from the schools that receive a lot of Title I money. But that being aside, so what you'll get in a report is this many people felt this way about something, and this many people felt this way if there's a big issue. So you would be aware that there is true that the DAC doesn't have full unity all the time, but when there's not, I believe you should know. Is that what you mean?
Right, well, so for example, when you talked about this DAC option of scenario B, was that a majority opinion or the opinion of some people, or what was it?
It was accepted as a good idea by the DAC. And what we don't have is any consistent numbers, because we went from 150 now to 112. So when you have a report that's consistent with the central budget, how much is going to school sites, and other things like that, then we can come to some consensus about this is great or it's not. I know that the DAC unanimously did not like the $2 million grant as far as a process, because we felt that you already have that money going to program improvement schools. Why not just include it in the program improvement school money that was $2 million, make it $4 million, and then it still goes to program improvement schools, but make them write plans. But the issue with the DAC was that the smaller schools didn't feel that was appropriate to take their money. If you think about it and look at those dollar amounts, students bring about $650 per student, and so when one's getting $27 out of that, that's a huge redistribution of wealth there. And then only $350 goes to a school site. Now you get an idea of what you're doing to a student who brought $650 when they only get 27, 17 or something like that.
Yeah, just you talked about, and I'm maybe a little ignorant on this even after all this time, the money that's going to program improvement schools as opposed to Title I money, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you have a category. But it's very similar to what you're talking about with this early child development. If that's a district-level program, it doesn't need to be distributed as dollars per student. That could be a district-level program, which doesn't require per
overview.
pupil.
We have central services and programs. We have a couple $1 million. Is that what you're referring to? That line
I thought
item?
that was his direct expenses.
No, the indirect costs were $1.8 million. Central services and programs were $2.1 million.
I'm pretty sure the district's allowed 15%, and that accumulation is about 9%. Is that right, Ron?
Depends how you start.
Oh, here's another category, which is other school allocations.
Right.
$5 million.
Right. So it's a piece of that, and you have another one that's direct to students as far as program improvement funding. So you have one that's the reconstruction for the 5th and 4th year Title I schools, and that's about $2 million.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And so what I don't see in here is any discussion, again, like I say, about those extra programs you might want to do. And again, how do we even have them not knowing the dollar amounts? But at least we can have the philosophical questions about what's a base and how do you want to divide the money. You want to go with what you're doing already as status quo. And then after we get some kind of idea from here, then the DAC can respond with, oh, okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Page? Okay, board comments, Mr. Brer.
So this question of the percentage of students, free and reduced lunch students that we then base allocations on it. Obviously, there's been an incredibly emotional, divisive conversation that's gone on for years, predates President Evans and my time on the board, and certainly we've engaged, in this conversation, this debate, and I continue, as I think my colleagues know, to be an advocate of further concentrating resources, because I do absolutely believe that we should focus our limited resources on those schools that are most in need. I don't intend to try to advance that idea, as we move forward and make our decisions about allocation rankings, particularly because it's an incredibly divisive conversation that, in the current environment, can only be seen as who gets money taken away. Right, and that's what this conversation has been. When we propose increasing, the allocation to higher poverty schools, the debate is about what do the lower poverty schools, the 40 to 75% schools, lose. And we are going to continue to be, certainly in next year, again, in a situation where hopefully we're stabilizing our resources, but we're certainly not going to be in an environment yet about growing resources. And so for that reason, and just knowing the way that this debate plays out, just speaking for myself, I don't intend to advance the idea of further concentrating resources, although I believe doing so is equitable. But I would say the idea of deconcentrating resources and, in fact, taking money away from the higher poverty schools and moving it towards the lower poverty schools, I can just, speaking for myself, is an absolute non-starter, and would clearly provoke the same type of divisiveness, probably more so than the conversations that we've had when we talk about increasing density. So, we've Ms. Foster is, yet to, in your role as a board member, is yet to participate in this debate. But we've played this debate out. I thought we came with a decent compromise last year when we talked about taking this $2 million pool and setting it up as a sort of a competitive grant eligible to schools in the 75% and above, and I would certainly hope that we're in a position this year to move forward and to implement that program. But I absolutely cannot support any proposal which would talk about now taking money from the highest poverty schools and transferring that money down to lower poverty schools. So that's where I would just begin in terms of giving my feedback. I think the early childhood education conversation is an interesting conversation. I'd like for it to go forward, but of course, as Mr. Page and as Ron Rohde has said, that of course that conversation is talking about if we invest Title I resources in early childhood education, we're taking it away from some place that it's currently being invested. But I would be interested in perhaps a conversation that would allow schools with their allocation of Title I resources to consider if a school community believes that investing some Title I money in early childhood would be, something that would be an appropriate use. I certainly wouldn't want to restrict, a school community from being able to have that conversation. So that would be, kind of my feedback on the early childhood question. But I certainly hope that we don't engage in a conversation about taking resources away from the highest poverty schools.
Other comments?
As Mr. Pereira says, before we had the threat of this significant decrease in Title I funding from the federal government, we had set up this pilot program as a compromise. And it wasn't simply to say we want to give $2 million more to the higher poverty schools, although that would be the net result of it. It was to say, in these $2 million, these 20 schools, that can we, in fact, with these grants, show that if money is used a specific way, that we can say that those dollars truly impact student achievement. And that's the bigger discussion. Do we, the large discussion is, does the $20 million or the $40 million really improve student achievement for lower poverty schools? So, to me, this was, I'd like to look at all the money that way, ultimately, and say, but this pilot was to say, we're going to start with $2 million. Yes, we're going to take it from the big pot of the lower poverty schools and add $2 million to the higher poverty schools. But it was part of to say, can we develop and know that at the end of this experiment that we then will encourage sites to spend money a certain way because the results are greater. So I would hope we would also continue with this pilot. And I think the understanding of the board was, when we last voted on this, was there was a concern that come January, February, we could have a sequestration, pulling aside of funds this year for next year's 13-14, and so therefore the staff didn't want to go ahead with the pilot program because of that risk. So I'm hopeful that we will at least say it's the intent of this board to go ahead with it in 13-14. The other thing, and I agree with Mr. Barrera that I do not support changing the formula that's being proposed. However, I think it's a fair discussion if you have a school that gets 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. Is it worth it? Is there a minimum? Should we discuss a minimum amount? Should we say, you know what, bare minimum is you get $10,000? I don't know what that number is, as opposed to $1 or a dollar per student amount.
And I agree, and David was honest and also honest about his opinion on that, But I do think that a discussion about if there are schools that are getting so little Title I money that the question is, can they be effective with that allocation? I think that does open up a discussion about making an argument about potentially increasing the threshold. So we can concentrate money but I know that raises a lot of issues as well.
And I'm just going to say one difficulty with that is we don't know the actual dollars here, and so we're just general. The both of you saying okay, we have this 40% threshold, and we don't know exactly what those dollars would be. And I don't believe that we can say this is the minimum amount of money because my understanding is we have to set a certain threshold by percentage. If we knew exactly how much we were getting, and then we look at the chart and say, at whatever it is, 43% or something, it's this very little amount that's not worth it, which is what Mr. Page is referring to. But that's difficult to know in advance. And I think that in all of this we've had complications because of the $2 million program. It ended up being besides the sequestration. There are all kinds of possibilities of cuts in that program too, and so we may or may not end up with it. But anyway, I just want to make that one point.
And just a couple more points. I think it's important to recognize we have a new board member here and also for the public that, I'm committed and I understand that the need is greater in different parts of the district. And there are more schools of greater need in Ms. Foster's district and Ms. Barrera's district than there are in mine. And that said, I support putting more funds in those communities because we all are one district, and support the pilot program as well. And so I think it's important to recognize that 3 board members could gang up on others and say we want to put more money in our schools, but there's a recognition that we are a district. The one other question I had is I don't understand how we cannot have our final numbers as far as carryover from the previous year in yet 5 months later to know what that dollar amount is.
We do know our own district's carryover. That number is known to us. The issue we're having with the Department of Education is that they were combining two different data systems this year, the CalPAD system along with the new one called CARS, which is how we report and allocate money through the consolidated application. There was a long, drawn-out process about establishing which students actually were reported back in fall 2011 as qualifying for free or reduced price meals. They just, in November, actually certified those, and so now they're still working on the actual allocations for the 12-13 funding.
But for the sites, each site should know that they ended their fiscal year in June 30 of this last year with X amount of money unspent.
Correct. We have that information.
And that money should be, well, that should go into the beginning balance of the next year. So we would be starting with an additional 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is.
The issue we have, though, is they have changed the way that allocations work based on the census that the federal government does, and based on that, we're actually going to see a reduction. We're looking at close to $4 million that we're budgeting that 43. Well, that's been revised and revised and revised as new information has come in, and now it looks like it might be closer to 39.
No, I understand that, but each site that gets Title I money had a budgeted amount. They either spent the money or not. How much didn't they spend? Forgetting about the funds may be taken away or used in another area, and we at least should know that number.
You just want to know what the ending balances were on June 30th.
And the idea is that goes.
That's about $4 million.
Okay. Well,
but can we get it broken out by school?
We have distributed that report. We can get that to you again, certainly.
Okay. The other, and just let me make two other quick comments, and then I'll move on. The other issue is, and this comes to the issue we were talking a little bit about this morning about transportation and tutoring and all that. And as we see in the current year, pupil transportation is $6.2 million of Title I money. And we've discussed in the past for students going from PIA, program improvement schools, to non-program improvement schools. And the question in the past, it was, well, we had the option of maybe using more of that money for tutoring to keep the kids at their school site, not spend an hour on a bus each way, but there was a concern with the type of tutoring. And I thought there was some loosening of that so we would have more flexibility to use better resources for that. So some legislation or something. I remember, does anyone recall that? Or
Dr. Meyer, when we talked about the issue of basically being our own provider as a competitor with the others.
Yes, we have contacted the state board, and they have encouraged us to apply. I know, Ron, your office has applied for this waiver, and perhaps you can share the details of that.
There is an existing waiver from the federal government, but I believe it expires with this year, and there's a cycle you have to apply in your by the California Department of Education, apply to them, and you can be approved for a provider. We have some issues about not being a provider and having data that we can demonstrate we have 2 years of successful service as an after-school tutoring organization. So we have to look at perhaps some individual programs.
Well, I guess what I'd request, without going into, is can we come back with, do we have the flexibility? Would it be to put in funds that we think will be successful, and then potentially reduce, a discussion at least, the transportation dollars to put it into that. So I'd like to have more information and more discussion on that to find out, at least give us that option.
We can come back with that, definitely.
One of the difficulties...
Yes.
One of the difficulties is that the parents get to choose which provider they want. So we can get perhaps on the list of it as a provider, but we don't know how much of that total pot of money is actually going to come back.
Well, we can make it clear, our recommendation is that these people suck, which is a technical term, and these people are...
Actually, we cannot do that.
We can't say that.
I was going to say, one of
but I know they give away computers and things to get them to sign up for theirs.
We can't say the one group is... Anyhow, I think we need to have more discussion of what our options are on that. And there was one last...
And excuse me, Mr.
Sure,
Barnett,
please.
one of the benefits is that we have the students right there, so we're very convenient for them to stay after school. So while they have other options, questions, we have a group that is there and willing.
And that gets to the point that Mr. Beiser was making this morning, too, about the after-school tutoring and so forth as well. So my points are, number one, is it agreed that unless the board wants to change their policy, that the pilot program will start up in 13-14 pending all these financial issues, but we'll reevaluate that in February. But that's the current board policy, so unless we want to change that, that should be clear. Number two, that we will look at this transportation and tutoring issue. Number three, I think we need to have some discussion of the Mr. Page raised as far as is the small amount that some schools getting. Whether I'm not supporting changing the allocation, but we need to have a discussion of, is it worth it? Do we want to do a minimum dollar amount or whatever? And I think those are the items that I would. Those are the items that I would have if the board members agree with that.
Mr. Beiser, did you have some comments?
A couple things. First of all, going back to the SES issue, back 2 years ago, a little history, we applied or we inquired about an SES waiver so that we can use those millions of dollars to pay our own teachers to help their own students after school. And initially, when we visited with the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., under the leadership of Arnie Duncan, we were told no. Then the next year, last year, we applied, I believe, for an SES waiver, and we were not granted that SES waiver. That's my understanding.
Right. There's the federal or the state got a waiver so that program improvement districts could be providers. However, when we submitted our application, the California Department of Education declined or refused us
to let us be an SES. Yeah. Okay, and that's pretty important because the reason why we've talked about becoming an SES waiver is because we have to give millions of dollars to private tutoring companies that aren't necessarily teaching our students or supporting our students under the curriculum guidelines or the California State Content Standards. So we have no idea what's happening in these tutorial sessions. Whereas there are a lot of schools that do have the ability to tutor after school to support students that are struggling or below grade level. And I'm going to continue to try to advocate so that we have that freedom and flexibility to meet the individual needs of our kids, because there's something that magical that can happen when a teacher is given the opportunity to tutor their own students because they know what their idiosyncrasies are. They know what the needs are of their own students. And that extra time and that support can really dramatically change the course of lives. And so I hope that we don't give up, that we continue to apply, that we visit with people on the board and try to find out why were we denied and what can we do to move forward with that waiver. Maybe there might be options next year. So I don't think that we should quit, and I don't think we should give up on this effort, because I've seen it firsthand have profound impacts on students and changing their lives. Speaking to the issue of the Title I, I think Mr. Barrera makes some very good points about making sure that we as a board and as a district are supporting students in poverty, and that we don't want to go backwards with that effort, and that we need to continue to advocate in Washington, D.C. and help them to understand the value of Title I funds for all of our students in poverty. And so I think that we really need, I'm glad that we're having a first reading on this item and not going immediately to board action, because we need to have time to process and digest this. And I think Mr. Barnett made a very good point that current board policy has value and merit. And so to continue with the status quo on some level, I think is really the direction, because we don't want to be changing every single year what we're doing. That doesn't send the message of stability for the people in our school sites, our leadership, our administrators, and our school site councils that are trying in earnestly to use these resources and these monies for the benefit of the kids at their school. And I don't think that just because a school gets $2,000 or $3,000 that we say, oh, well, you're only getting $2,000, so we're going to take it all away. Because that $2,000 could mean valuable school supplies for kids in poverty that can't get paper or pencils from their parents because they live in a car or they live in a homeless shelter. And so I think that we need to value that. And although I do welcome the idea of maybe having some kind of minimum per child and try to assess that, because we really don't know what the real numbers are going to look like until Washington, D.C. Gets their act together and decides what they're going to do.
Okay, Mr. Colvin, wanted to say something?
I'd just like to summarize. What I'd like to do is, the board's concurrence is take some of this conversation to the next DAC meeting, which is pending very quickly. A discussion about early childhood. I think we need to, put some meat on the bone of that concept, but a discussion with the DAC about it in the near term. The issue of amounts, too small, too large, whatever, just to get a sense of where they are on that. Clearly talk about the SES consideration, transportation, tutoring. So I'd like to replay this discussion that we heard from the board tonight with the DAC, and I want to see us come back in January, get the discussion of SES waiver, the pilot start in 13-14 pending the money, sizing of minimum amounts, transportation tutorial. Separately, I think we could send an ending balances for June 30th, this past June 30th, to the board, broken down by how much was ending at the individual schools and the roll-up, so that we can get this information going.
And Ms. Foster, did you want to make any comments?
Well, I think what was said, everything was very well said. I concur. One concern is, did I hear Mr. Page say that the higher poverty schools, you don't have good representation on DAC from those schools? Right. Okay, so when we have a conversation about fully vetting this through the DAC, we need to make sure that all schools are represented. So there's some work that needs to be done there. That's my only comment.
Okay, I just really quickly, the general tone here is that it's not the right time to be making a major change. I think the one bright spot in the horizon is the state looking at weighted student formulas, and this may be a way to get some of the funds concentrated where they're most needed. I think one of the differences is that Title I is technically set up as for school-wide programs, and people interpret it like special ed or something. But when we do, from my understanding of certain weighted student formulas, is it really would follow the students, and it would go where the students are, and then we would have the additional Title I for the high concentration. Another point I wanted to make was in terms, and again, the different monies that we spend for Title I and the different categories, I continue to get confused. And if there is any way that with this $2 million grant that we can do that from some central funds, and again, not that takes away from somebody else, but the point being, we want programs that are accountable and measurable, specifically for this grant. And so if there's a way to do that without tapping into this money, I would like to know how that could be done. So that's just to check into that other sources for the $2 million grant within Title I. And I support Mr. Beiser's idea about really investigating this issue of the SES. I think we did talk at the federal level, and then the last time I was in Sacramento, and we talked with the state people. I think what we found out that year was the people at the top were saying it's fine. The people who were processing the application found problems with what we did. And so for this time, we need to, as long as California gets on the list, we need to kind of do it at both levels to make sure that the top people are telling application reviewers, what's going on to really help us make this happen. I think that could be really exciting as far as what we could do. And then I do think we need to, and this has come up at Title I schools who have low amounts of money, is it enough to matter? Is the amount of money? And I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I think that would be a discussion for these schools that are, approximately in that range. Even though we don't know the exact dollar amounts, but we kind of could give an estimated range, and for them to kind of weigh in on a cost-benefit analysis, the types of reporting and things we need to do for Title I versus the amount of Title I money that we're getting. I think they're the best source of information on that topic, so we can look at that too. So, but I think this is a really good discussion, and I think we want to really do this very deliberately and look at the numbers, and when we do it, everybody really clear on exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it, no matter how much time that takes.
Let me offer just two quick clarifications. Mr. Page identified a potential discrepancy, the $112 as the lowest level versus the $126 that I included in here. There's actually two schools that drop below the 40%, but we are allowed to grandfather them in for 1 year, so that's why their per student allocations are actually less than what the 40% threshold would be. And we haven't had a discussion yet with those schools if they would like to continue in Title I. Typically, we have them weigh in on that. Some schools in the past have done that and others have not. And for example, talking about this, what's an effective program, 2 years ago we had a school that was going to get up, I think, $7,000 or $8,000. The principal was very adamant that he wanted to be grandfathered in because he had very specific plans to use that little small amount of money. So it depends on how a school wants to use the money, whether or not it can be effective, I believe. And then the other thing is, if you want
is that, excuse me, but on the grandfathering, is that optional on an individual basis? We have to have across-the-board grandfathering policy.
No, it's on a case-by-case basis, and we can do it for 1 year. So
sure,
they can. The other issue was, if you want to set a floor for our lower poverty schools, we cannot just set a lump sum amount and say, well, we want this school to have at least $30,000 or $50,000, because it could end up that we're actually funding them on a higher per student ratio than we were some higher poverty schools. So we have to just be careful how we set that minimum floor.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy. That's helpful information. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes only. chance? You weren't here. I was the only one sitting here. Okay, if I could ask the board members to please come up to the dais as soon as we have... Okay. There we go. Yes. The ultimate control. Okay, at this point, with all the board members here, a motion to accept the board consent agenda?
So moved.
President Evans, I think Ms. Foster had a question on G3, so could we maybe just do
Okay, G1 and G2. Let's modify it. Moved and...
Yes, move 1, 2.
And second by Ms. Pereira. Okay. Please vote on 1 and 2. And then item G3, the annual ratification reenactment of district policies and administrative procedures. Mr. Superintendent, can you just explain what this is? Not that I could.
And he's going to actually defer to the general counsel who owns this one. As part of my duties as general counsel, it's my responsibility during the year to make the appropriate changes to board policies and administrative procedures. The board approves changes to board policies. They do not approve changes to administrative procedures. Those are, the superintendent has the authority to change those to line up with board policies. So what we do annually, we go through so many changes during the year, we want to make sure that the board is aware of those changes and that the public understands the board at least looks at the administrative procedures and nods their heads, and they're approved in accordance with bylaws, board bylaws. So if there's any particular questions about a particular administrative procedure, I'd be happy to answer that. There's a lot of them.
Right, but so
a lot of them need to still be amended.
Right, but
it's a Sisyphean task, I have to say.
But our requirement is that we can discuss these at any point, but once a year we need to approve them.
What it is basically a ratification by the board, ratifying the superintendent's authority to change the administrative procedures.
My concern was that if there were any revisions... Sorry. My concern, got to get used to this. My concern was that if any revisions were made, that we can see what those revisions were, regardless if they were. I'm looking for the right terminology, legal or not.
What we do is on the website we post the current version. And we have what I call legislative history in every one of those. If someone asked us for that, we would certainly send that to them if they want to look at the revisions. We do a lined out version, and it gets circulated to staff, and we do that, and we keep those.
Okay, yeah, I would like to see the lined out version.
When you come and visit me on Thursday the 19th, we could probably have whole stacks of things. I mean, we're talking about, a lot, but we have that.
I'll become a believer. I just want to, I just need to know what I'm
One thing you learn about attorneys is we're notoriously adept at keeping stuff forever. So
okay.
We have whole record file storage bins at record file storage places of district.
I certainly want to see the difference between last year and this year.
Yep.
And it's always good to have a new board member saying, what are we doing and why are we doing this?
Absolutely.
Because we sit here and go, oh, yeah.
Well, I do have to, one item of disclosure, you will actually see some administrative procedures that were adopted in 1962 and have not changed. So...
That was a good year.
Yeah,
it was a good year.
Okay, so do I have a motion on this item?
So moved. Second.
And moved and seconded. Please vote. Let's just do these one by one. H1, we're talking about the annual readoption of the bylaws of the Board of Education.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we not move forward without looking?
No, I just want, for clarification.
Sure. I'm sorry.
Are we voting to adopt the policy?
Mr. Schenke, would you answer?
There were no policies changed this year.
Revisions.
The revisions were procedures, not policies.
Right.
Correct?
They were procedures.
You're ratifying the Superintendent's Act within his authority to change administrative procedures.
So I think that maybe is a clarification.
Right, that's a clarification.
You're concerned about policies have been changed.
Right.
And these are the detailed procedures to carry out the policies.
Right.
Yeah. I think I said that earlier. The board approves any changes to its policy. There were none that were done this year.
Okay.
It's just a general item that happens every year. It says policy and administrative procedures. In effect, what the board is doing is restating what its board policies annually. It's
okay.
A
you can vote against
okay,
it. Well, that, a 5-0 vote on everything.
I just need to be clear. Okay, I think I'm clear now.
And I also want to make it clear that legal services doesn't make the changes. They're generally done by the various departments that are responsible for each administrative procedure. They come through us and they're vetted through the various deputy superintendents who are involved, and Bill's folks and Bernie, as chief of staff, and I do the final version, and that's what's presented to you.
So a procedure could be something like an item goes to Office A and then Office B, and the superintendent decides that I want to go to Office B before it goes to Office A. It's still following the policy, but it's just a technical procedure.
The ones that I'm primarily responsible for are the complaint procedures, and what the administrative procedure is to let the public know how to file a complaint, where it goes, and who makes the final decision.
Right.
So it's kind of a...
And the policy is that we're open to any and all complaints.
Pretty much, yeah.
And the board can, if they wish, revisit any of these individually and bring them up. And if, use of the American and California state flag, kind of interesting what you did on that one, and all sorts of things that we can throughout the year, or if we see anything, we can recommend changes, and the board can approve those as well.
Okay. So if we would vote on that one, if everybody that wants to vote votes. Okay, 4-1. Okay, first 4-1 vote. Very good. Okay, let's go to item H1. Now, this is the annual readoption of the bylaws of the Board of Education. We didn't get to look at it this morning. I think in our packets was there were a few pages that have the bylaws of the board. What this does is it allows us to continue operating by those bylaws. I'm assuming that, just as Mr. Barnett was saying, that we can change them at any time during the year. We just need to renew them at this point.
Right. We have changed a number. You have changed them a number of times. All I do in this case is I'm just the scrivener. I just write out what you want me to do, and the board adopts that. But we do an annual readoption like we do the board policies and the administrative procedures as a legal, for lack of a better term, legal defense to say, yes, the board has adopted these recently, if there's some challenge to them at some point.
So we're basically, the bylaws as they exist today, we're readopting them for the coming year.
Right.
And at our next meeting, we can make any changes
yes,
we want.
By majority vote.
Right.
I'd like to move item H1 and H2.
Okay. Well, let's give Ms. Foster a chance to weigh in on H1 without...
Well, we have the motion, so just maybe have her comment or ask questions before the vote.
Okay.
We have a motion in a second.
Okay. Do you have any questions about this one?
So you just readopted them. There's not been any changes. Okay.
Votes. Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, and now we're going to, this mislisted here, so it should be let's go to item H4 first because it's the overarching issue, and then item H3 is a technical issue. Item H4 is an establishment, an ongoing partnership between the district and SDA to develop comprehensive strategies for recruiting, retaining, and supporting district students to enter the teaching profession. We talked about it at our board workshop this morning, not this specific item, but the fact that this is a key priority of the board to bring in the very best and to train them and help them as they're going along. So, Mr. Barrera, could you present what you want to move on this?
Sure, and as President Evans talked about, we not only discussed this morning, but one of the clear goals in our Vision 2020 is that we recruit, support, and retain an incredibly high-quality staff of educators, and that we work so that in the future our teaching force, our nurses, our counselors, our educators reflect the experiences of our own students. So that's one kind of broad goal that we're trying to get to. Another broad goal is to actually create a career pathway for our own students who have an interest or a particular gift or talent to become an educator, and how do we support that interest and shepherd our own students along so that, in a few years after graduating high school, we could see our former students back in our classrooms as teachers. I think to do this the right way, it's something that we've certainly talked about, and we've got a few different efforts that are currently happening, and we've had past efforts in this district. But the right way to do this is in partnership with SDEA. I've reached out to SDEA and had several conversations about structuring a partnership of this type. The proposal here is to direct the superintendent to work with SDA to create a task force that would begin by looking at best practices from what we've done in our own district, best practices from around the country. I know that there are models in Oakland and Boston and other cities of doing something similar to this, and there's a number of issues that task force we would ask to address. But the motion here is to ask the superintendent to create the task force and to do it in partnership with the San Diego Education Association.
Okay, so we have a motion and seconded by Mr. Beiser. You can see the resolution in your packet that outlines the partnership. And we have some public speakers on this item. We have, first of all, Citizen.
So I see SDEA's name on this proposal, and it sounds noble, but I'm not buying it. This looks like a power grab for the union. I see this as undue influence and indoctrination by the union of our minor students. I see this usurping staff time, which Superintendent Koba has already stated there was no staff to apply for $40 million in Race to the Top funds. That's what Superintendent Koba said. There are no staff people to apply for $40 million. I also heard that there is no staff to look at VIBA. It's just too time intensive, and we don't have the staff to look at this because it's too time consuming. Also, I see this power grab by the union as illegal because now you're guaranteeing that because you were educated in San Diego Unified, you get to be entitled to a job as a teacher in San Diego Unified. What about all the other students that are going to our colleges throughout this state and this country that have the right to apply for jobs within this school district because the jobs in this school district are funded by our tax dollars? Not just the tax dollars from the city of San Diego, but all the counties and all the entities throughout this state. Those jobs are taxpayer-funded jobs that should be open and available to every citizen that qualifies and meets the requirements for teaching in the state of California. This is really concerning to me because what do we have counselors and career fairs and that program, I forgot the name of the program that we have on the computers, that students can fill out surveys and they can visit career fairs, they can go to college fairs. There are so many different avenues instead of adding another layer of expenses that this school district doesn't have. Now, SDEA has plenty of money. It's collecting a lot of money from its union members. My suggestion is the union should limit itself to providing scholarships to students. I would say $10,000. $25,000. They certainly have the money to do it. You want to incentivize students pursuing teaching? Then why don't you have the SDEA kick in a few scholarships of $25,000 apiece? And I'll bet you that will motivate kids that are interested in education.
Okay, we have another public speaker, Bill Freeman from SDEA.
Thank you. I'm Bill Freeman, president of San Diego Education Association, parent as well as a teacher. I speak in support of this program, and having taught in this district for many years, no student should look up before them and not see someone that looks just like them. they should not see someone that they can use as a role model. We need to do this. We've needed to have done this a long time ago. And it's not a power grab, it's common sense. When you recruit kids from a community in which they grew up, they're going to come back to that community. They're going to give back to that community. Yes, we can go out of state and we can recruit whatever. But when you recruit kids from a community where they grew up, they are going to more than likely stay with that community. They will know those families. They will be able to communicate with them better. And I think that ultimately they will give back to that community. So contrary to what some may believe, this is something that we can come together on and work together to improve student achievement. So my hat's off to you for doing this, and I think that we could work on this under the Community School Reform Program that we've long since not had the funds to come together on. Thank you so much.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second of this. Comments?
I think this is one of the amazing things about this district is often when I run into teachers or administrators, or we had the case of the police community service officer earlier today who went to school in our district and then came back and served it. Ms. Meyer graduated with high honors from one of our high schools. So I think it's a great thing when that happens, and I support this program, and I think it's an excellent thing, and I commend you for recommending it.
And I would just add that I too, I did Gompers junior and senior high school, and I've come back and I'm teaching GED high school and continuing education. And there's also a young man that I met that I'm quite impressed with. His name is Jesse Sanchez. He's from San Diego, and through Reality Changers program went to Harvard, is coming back and working with the program now, and is interested in becoming a teacher. So I mean, those are the powerful stories that we're talking about, growing. So,
comments?
Yeah, we already have several schools that have clubs or activities for students that are aspiring to become educators, and I think I see this as an offshoot of that, and blowing it up bigger, so that we can encourage and provide support for students right now that are wanting to help other people to learn and to grow and to develop. And it's kind of interesting because when I was in high school, that's when I first started thinking about becoming a teacher, because I was a peer math tutor. One of my best friends was struggling in algebra, and so I would take the opportunity in the library during lunch or something to help tutor and help him improve. And that's where we need to be able to identify those seeds or those students, nurture them, and develop them so that they can become successful professional educators. And I totally think that this is a very valuable idea, that we develop our own to help the community to grow and prosper for generations to come. And I just have a real difficult time finding any fault or harm with this proposal. I think this proposal is amazingly positive, and I want to thank Marnie Foster and Richard Barrera for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I think everybody is very supportive of this. I just want to say that, having been on the board for a few years, I'm excited that we finally gotten to the point of doing this. When I was looking at it when we talked this morning about our Vision 2020, and looking to what we referred to there, one of the things basic tenets of it was to continually attract and retain the best employees that we can. This is in line with that. District staff will parallel the demographic mix of the student population for more effective multicultural interaction, and we're doing that. There are other things here about access to professional development, because we're talking about recruiting, inspiring, bringing in, attracting, getting them off to a good start, retaining along the whole line. And then in terms, so this is what the board developed as a policy, and this follows with that. I think the exciting thing about this is the participation of SDEA. And there are people in different organizations, whether it's management or on the union side or whatever, who do not believe that collaboration is a good thing. And I want to congratulate SDA for being willing to collaborate with the management for something that we're mutually concerned about, which is the education of our children. And this is a really exciting step forward. So, at this point, please vote on this item. Okay, and that passes 5-0. And now we will go to the previous item on the agenda, H3, which is an agreement with Teach for America. And I'll also give this to Mr. Barrera.
All right, so this is one that the collaboration gets a little bit more difficult. This is oh well, there's that collaboration. Let me just say, this is, I think, something that there's a lot of potential for developing this partnership between the district and Teach for America, but I certainly enter this with a fair bit of caution. And I know that some of the people that I certainly respect the most in this district, some of our own educators, certainly view this with skepticism or just downright opposition. And I think that's a lot about the history and the way that the organization Teach for America nationally has developed and has marketed itself. And I don't begin to dismiss a lot of those concerns about this organization. In fact, I would say that when some local folks who wanted to support and bring Teach for America to San Diego began this discussion with us over a year ago, my first reaction was very much skepticism as well. And the reason for that primarily is I think the basic model that I certainly understood at the time, and a lot of people understand and might be the basic model for Teach for America, is something that is kind of going in the opposite direction of what we just talked about. So you get a very bright young person who wants to go into teaching, let's say who grows up in Chicago, and that person then goes to Harvard or Berkeley, and then becomes a Teach for America fellow, gets assigned to a school district like San Diego for a couple of years, and then that's it, and then that person leaves and is gone. And so the first time that I began having discussions with Teach for America, what I said is I think that's a great model for the young person who goes through that experience, sort of a Peace Corps type of thing. But I don't think that's what we're trying to do in our district. In fact, what we're interested in would be exactly what Ms. Foster just talked about, a student who graduates from Hoover High School, who goes to Harvard, who we could then bring back and have that person teaching in our schools. That's the so what I challenged Teach for America that if you want to work with us on our goal in San Diego, which is to create a local talent pipeline, we're open. We're open to working with you on that, but you got to move away from that model, that tends to characterize Teach for America around the country. I am very impressed with the fact that Teach for America has taken us up on that challenge, has brought a local San Diegan, a graduate of our schools, back into San Diego to develop the program. David Lopez, who I think will speak in a couple minutes, again, to tailor a model of Teach for America that's focused on what we're trying to achieve here, which is to create our own local pipeline. A lot of we in this proposal, we would begin this partnership with a fair degree of caution, certainly more so than I think Teach for America is probably used to in working with districts. So the proposal includes, for instance, that in agreeing to a certain number of Teach for America fellows coming into our district, there would be no displacement of any of our current staff, that we're talking about bringing in Teach for America fellows where there are open budgeted positions, so it's not going to cost us anything more. And we talk about an accountability, putting some accountability on this, where we would ask, the superintendent or the deputy superintendent to report out to us as a board, at least annually. Are we in this partnership achieving some of our goals of recruiting local people, and are those folks actually staying in the classroom beyond their commitment to Teach for America? But I got to say that, with all of the skepticism from people that I respect very much, I think this is worth giving a shot to, and I think that both the potential for some of the people who currently, for instance, have already applied to the Teach for America program are going to be placed someplace in the country, who come from San Diego, who come from our schools. The opportunity to bring those young people into our school district, I think, is very exciting. I think the fact that the community is stepping up, to raise the money and provide the support for this program, and is interested in working with the district in doing that, I think is very important. When we talk about reaching out and building bridges and getting the whole community behind the goals that we think are important. So I think there are reasons for us to step out on a limb a little bit and to give this program a shot with some degree of caution. And that's why I'm proposing it. And I know that we'll have some comments and speakers, and I'll have a couple of questions of staff as well. But I'll just simply make the motion to move this.
Okay, is there a second on this motion? Okay.
I want to just say I commend Mr. Barrera for bringing this forward, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with him on this.
Okay, very good. So, excuse me, at this point, we will have the public speakers, and then we will go from there. Shane Parmalee and Michelle Sanchez. And then Bill Freeman. 3 people. Bill Freeman is the third one. Okay, and I've got some more here. Okay, some other people I didn't call yet.
Hi, my name's Shane Parmalee. I'm asking you not to open San Diego's door to Teach for America. Just on a side note, after listening to Mr. Barrera, I graduated from Loyola Marymount University, and I got my credential as an intern in this district. So I got my credential here. So there are people who graduate from great universities who will actually want to be a teacher, who will go through the internship program and then stay here 12 years in the district. San Diego's big push right now is to have quality schools in every neighborhood, and staffing our schools with people who do not know what they're doing is ridiculous. You're talking about not even, you graduate from college, you're 22. You go to a teaching credential program, that's another 2 years in school, so you're about 24. We all know decision making, brain development, what happens with the brain when you hit about 24. So you're saying 22, you graduate, and you just, here you go, here you're a full-time teacher. Good luck with a month of training. Anyone that's ever spoken to a first-year teacher knows that even with 2 years of teaching credential training, that the first year of teaching is rough. I think I'm probably the only person I know who actually enjoyed my first year of teaching. Nobody understands why I did. Everybody hated their first year of teaching, and only because they had gone through a 2-year credential program and had a student loan that they decided to suck it up and actually stay for the second year and hang in there. If San Diego has a teacher shortage, then we shouldn't be seeing a single layoff this year for our teachers. And I know that you guys have $55 million worth of cuts already planned for classroom layoffs. And I know a lot of teachers who are on their 3rd and 4th year of a temporary contract. So I'd like to see all our teachers who are currently on temporary contracts be given Probe 2 status, not get laid off, and then maybe we can talk. Also, if you guys are looking for 25 teachers, I get emails from people all the time who are fresh out of teacher credential programs and scouring the state for a job. So if we suddenly have extra teaching positions, please post them, because I think you would probably get 2,000 applications. If San Diego wants to recruit and retain teachers, it would be better situated to do so if the district paid comparable wages as other districts and stopped destabilizing the lives of our teachers each year with layoffs. And I ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Michelle.
Michelle Sanchez, Garfield High. So right to the point, Teach for America is not for our district for several reasons. Our kids deserve properly trained teachers. It takes time, dedication to, learn the art and science of teaching. And teachers that are going to teach beyond the 2 years. Second point, we have trained teachers. We have temporary contract teachers. I know a teacher's been on temporary contract for 10 years. We have subs that are waiting for a job. We have teachers. And, I'm glad to see the finder's fee taken off of there, because if we had money for that, then we had money for bits of fees for our teachers that are coming in as well. And just, Teach for America teachers, new teachers, they also have to cover the bits of costs. And just coming to the point, if you stop laying off teachers, maybe our teachers will stay. I know that, for instance, high schools has a shortage of science teachers. We can't find enough chemistry teachers. Well, guess what? Our chemistry teacher, you laid him off. So he left our district. So if we stop laying off our teachers, maybe we can gain some loyalty and retain our teachers. So we gain that teacher loyalty, we stabilize our classrooms, which is most important. If we stabilize those classrooms, our students will also do better. So we don't need Teach for America. We have other solutions. We have our own solutions. The first resolution you had was great to keep the talent within our San Diego. So we don't need Teach for America to do that. We have other means to do that. We have the community schools reform as a good start. So we don't need Teach for America. We have our own solutions here in San Diego.
I have to speak against this as well. I'm speaking against it because, for one, we do have a budgetary problem. And we don't know. We haven't received the governor's budget guidance yet. So we don't know what we're going to have next year. We do have educators that are still laid off. We have educators that are subbing every day that have dedicated their teaching career to this district. Today I found out we had one that opened up a classroom still on a long-term sub, receiving sub pay. We have those individuals that have dedicated many, many years to this district, and every year they are hoping to get a contract. Every year. Whether it's Teach for America or any other organization being brought into this district, we have to respect the people that have dedicated their lives to the achievement of our students in this district. We have to do that. We owe them that. And then the budgetary issue. I know that you don't know whether you'll get 1, 5, or whatever it is, but you have to budget for 25. And when you budget for 25, I'm sure that there will not be layoffs this year, but still you have to submit that budget with a budget plan. And included in that plan is layoffs. Right now we're working on attrition so that we can get down the number of educators in this district so that we hopefully will never have to lay off another educator here. So I'm speaking against it because I think it's a slap in the face to the educators that have dedicated the many, many years to this district and the students within it. And I hope that you would reconsider it. I think the timing is bad for this. The timing is bad. We are hoping that we get every dollar that's been promised to this district from Proposition 30. We don't know that. We do not know that. And the last thing that I would want to see, and the last thing that I would ever want to happen, is for those individuals that we knocked on their doors and told them that we were going to bring money to this district and ensure that their kids would receive a great education and keep their educators in their classroom. The last thing that I would want to see is that we have any kind of layoffs in the coming years. And we don't know that we want. And to obligate the funds necessary to bring on 25 new educators coming into the district, I don't think would be the right thing to do. And I do believe it would send the wrong message to the communities that have so supported us. So I ask that you not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Matthey and Esther Rodriguez.
Hello. My name is Sarah Matthey, and since we're talking about where we went to school, I went to Cabrillo Elementary. I'm a resource teacher at Central Elementary, which is coincidentally the same place my great-grandmother taught at in the 1920s. I'm also a 2003 Teach for America LA Corps member. TFA is why I became a teacher. I would have preferred to join TFA in my hometown, San Diego, but LA was the closest option. Quite frankly, now 9 years since joining the Corps, I'm not decidedly pro-Teach for America or against Teach for America. Here's what I am. I am what's best for our children, and providing as much support as possible to our new teachers is what's best for children. Teach for America is offering to bring millions of dollars worth of professional development to San Diego Unified, and will make those support resources available to all teachers, teachers I know and love in this district, not just TFA's own. To me, it does not make sense to turn those resources away. With TFA's help or without TFA's help, we're going to get new teachers in this district every year. In my current teaching role as a resource teacher, I work alongside many beginning teachers. And as hard as we are all trying to support new teachers, I see that there is a need for additional resources and support. I know TFA can bring resources for new teachers that we haven't tried, haven't thought of, or more likely haven't been able to afford. Whether it's TFA's proposal or any other organization, when I see an organization willing to bring its funding resources to the district, it's an offer we should seriously consider. I love my work, and without Teach for America, I would not have chosen this career. But, like any teacher in this district, I don't want my job with San Diego Unified threatened by Teach for America teachers. I'm reassured to know that the proposed agreement puts measures in place that ensure that TFA teachers don't get precedence over all of us San Diego Unified teachers who are already teaching here. In these tight budget times, it's prudent for our district to enter into this agreement with TFA. But more importantly, the children and teachers in our district stand to benefit tremendously from the resources TFA is offering to provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, see me, I'm kind of short.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Esther Rodriguez, and I'm an alumni from Chula Vista High School. I will be graduating San Diego State University as a criminal justice and sociology double major. I want to be part of Teach for America in San Diego because I see it as one way to help my own community progress. In high school, there was only one teacher that shared the same background as me. That is, there was only one teacher that was Mexican-American woman. While diversity is important, it is just as important to have role models who share similar circumstances and who have overcome obstacles parallel to yours. My passion to motivate others is deeply rooted in the belief that a quality education is the most important characteristic that moves one to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. And two more speakers, Bunmi Esho and David Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Bunmi Esho, and I come to speak about the power of partnerships when it's in regards to Teach for America. But what I really want to do is kind of first talk a little bit about myself. I actually started off in for-profits before going in and deciding to teach. So I had the opportunity to actually teach for a year in a private school. Then I moved to San Diego and actually taught at Gompers Middle School when it first became a charter school. And really kind of what happened there was all of us were beginning teachers. No one really wanted to be at the school who was a veteran teacher. So it was really all of us kind of coming together to work on that. And what I've learned really being a classroom teacher is that you do need the community involved. And that's what Teach for America does, is that it involves the community, and it also really kind of brings in strong partnerships. I currently work for Junior Achievement. I ended up going into an educational nonprofit because I really saw the value that I could bring as an educator into pulling the community in there. And so I really see that Teach for America does this pretty much on a daily basis. We've formed a national partnership, Junior Achievement and Teach for America, and they also have formed national partnerships with the National Urban League, and we have the Urban League here locally, as well as the National Council of La Raza. So when you're really looking at the power that we can have, and Mr. Barrera had really talked about the community being involved, and that's why we want to start kind of recruiting locally, I see Teach for America really being able to build that for us. And I know people had previously talked about really trying to get our current teachers, our veteran teachers, involved in the classrooms. I work constantly with those schools, the needy schools in San Diego, and they struggle to really be able to get teachers in their classroom. They even struggle to get subs to actually come to their schools. And you're not going to have that problem with Teach for America because those are the schools that they target. And so I really kind of see that as an opportunity for us to make sure that our kids have teachers who want to be in the program.
Thank you.
Superintendent Koba, President Evans, Vice President Visor, Member Barnett, Member Foster, Member Barrera. I am humbled by this opportunity to partner with San Diego Unified, which is the same district where my teachers laid my educational foundation. I firmly support partnering with San Diego Unified because I believe in its students, like Anaí and like Cole from Spreckels that presented earlier, because I believe in its teachers, and because I believe in the communities that the district serves. Secondly, I support partnering with San Diego Unified because I see a district that has made tremendous progress towards ensuring that more of its students are having the opportunity to attain an excellent education. And I see a role for Teach for America to help out in continuing that progress. The way we plan to help out is by raising nearly $5 million locally and bringing a significant portion of those funds to bear in San Diego Unified in the form of professional development and resources and support that will be available district-wide, not just for our teachers. Most importantly, we will continue to do this work the way we've been doing it thus far, which is in close advice and guidance of people from our community who care deeply about our students. A few weeks ago, one of my close friends and mentors, Laura Saldivar Luna, stood before the board of her local district to seek renewal for their Teach for America contract. After 3 years of seeing Teach for America in action in their district, they voted unanimously to renew the contract. They chose to renew not because they saw us as a solution to all their problems. We are far, far from that. They chose to renew because day to day, in very tangible ways, they saw us in classrooms and in schools across their district with the additional support and resources we had brought to the table, contributing to benefit their students. They renewed because they saw our teachers collaborating with parents and teachers and communities in ways that aligned to the existing priorities of the district to continue making progress for its students. If the district chooses to agree to partner with Teach for America, I look forward to contributing in a similar way here in San Diego Unified, and I make myself available to answer any questions regarding the proposed agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, board member comments. Do we have a motion and a second? Correct? Yes. Okay.
I have a question.
Ms. Foster.
I have a.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Foster.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to know a little bit more about the $5 million in professional development and how that works in investing in San Diego Unified.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Member Foster. So Teach for America, most of the funds that it raises from local communities go towards supporting its teachers in terms of giving them training regarding curriculum, for example, or regarding behavior management, etc. But the thing is that we've long ago moved away from a system where we reserved those resources simply for our teachers and to a system in which we make those resources available to all teachers within a district. Because we see our work as a partner to the district and its priorities and what it's trying to do for students. And if there is a fit in there for them to leverage some of what we have available in terms of professional development, then we make those resources available to the district and its teachers, obviously on a volunteer basis. Do you need more detail?
Teach for America, let's say that you didn't displace any of our teachers, because that would be my prerequisite right there. I mean, and there were some positions. Then you would provide $5 million in professional development to your teachers in curriculum, all types of support, mentor, teacher in the classroom, all that. That would be available to our teachers as well?
I'll give one very concrete example, if I may. So let's say, for example, that one of our teacher coaches is leveraging one of the Teach for America assembled professional developments on Common Core. So that's something really big, and Common Core is coming down from lots of different areas. There's teachers that are struggling to understand it. There's districts that are struggling to understand it. We also need to understand it because now it affects all of our teachers pretty much across the country. So this teacher coach could show up at a school like, let's say, Central Elementary. I'll use that as an example. And they could say, I'm here to give a professional development session to any teacher who would like to attend. And they know that if there's a teacher at one of those positions at Central, one of ours, they're going to show up. But they're going to work with the principal, say Cindy Martin, and say, please let all of your teachers know that I'm willing to spend my time here for the next 2 hours answering any of their questions regarding Common Core, giving them examples of what assessment questions may look like under a Common Core standard, etc. So in that sense, we are allowing the district-wide access to those resources.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions just for clarity, because I don't have all the information, and I don't know if maybe you could answer, or maybe there might be some questions regarding the staff could participate in if they're aware of it. I do have some of my questions deal with HR, some deal with the budget. So the first question is, would these teachers that are teaching our students have proper teaching credentials under NCLB?
So our teachers have to pass their credentialing examinations before they're allowed to be in our program, or as part of being a program. So before they're actually in the classroom, they're having to pass their credentialing examinations. Apart from that, I'm sorry.
Is that the No Child Left Behind standard?
That's correct. So under the No Child Left Behind standards, to my understanding, and I certainly could seek some clarity on this, but to my understanding, in other places where we partner with schools and school districts, we are meeting the No Child Left Behind minimum standards. And we also partner with a local university in order to ensure that those core members, our teachers, are enrolled in a credentialing program with a local university as well.
Okay, so they're enrolled in a credentialing program. That means they don't have a credential yet, but they're working towards it?
They would possess an intern credential.
Okay. The second question along those lines then is, when I went for my teaching credential, I had, as a part of that, be in the classroom for 5 months on the job with a master teacher in the room, observing and guiding and helping. Will these people go through that kind of training before teaching our kids?
So certainly the Teach for America program is not an exact replication of most of the traditional teacher preparation programs. Now, our teachers are certainly going to spend time in classrooms. Before we ever get them for the actual, we have a summer institute training program where they're spending a lot of time in the classroom in observation from master teachers and in observation from Teach for America. But even before then, they are going to be doing classroom observations as well. So over the course of starting in the spring all the way through the summer, those teachers, our teachers, would be exposed to a classroom environment, and during a summer institute would spend an intensive amount of time in a classroom actually teaching, again, being coached and observed by a master teacher.
So they're learning as they go?
This is before they enter the classroom.
Right. So they have 5 months of... so they don't have 5 months with a master teacher working together to hone your craft before you're put into a classroom by yourself with our kids.
I would say that the time that they spend with the master teacher, where they're teaching in collaboration with the master teacher.
So the master teacher will be in the classroom every day, all day long, helping to ensure that the quality of instruction is effective.
That period is shorter in our program than in the traditional teacher preparation program. It would probably be at least 5 to 6 weeks.
Probably.
5 to 6 weeks. I can take out the probably. It will be 5 to 6 weeks.
All right. Who hires these teachers?
So when we first recruit people into the program, that's a part of that would be more like a university recruiting someone into the program. As far as actually hiring the teachers into their role as teachers, that would be the actual district and whatever selection process that it provides for hiring those teachers. So here it may be that the HR department, in collaboration with the principal or in collaboration with the selection panel of San Diego Unified, they would be actually hiring the teachers.
Okay. So, for example, let's say there's an opening.
Yes.
And typically, it's my understanding that the applicants go to the site and they're interviewed by the principal and maybe 1 or 2 other people, kind of like a panel or something. Let's say of the people that is sent to that interview, let's say there's one TFA candidate and then 2 or 3 other candidates that are not TFA. What if the principal wants to pick a fully credentialed teacher instead of going with a TFA student? Is that perfectly fine then to fill that vacancy?
Absolutely.
And I think Kevin, I would also encourage Lamont Jackson to answer some of those questions, because some of those are about what we...
and that's a good point. That's why I prefaced at the beginning of my questions with, some of these might be, answered by HR or by our interim CFO.
And Member Beiser, if I could just give my personal philosophy on it.
I just want to answer just ask some questions real quick. So on that question, who hires them? Lamont?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's important to make note that whatever agreement, I would say I'm with Richard a year ago, sat with Bill and some folks from TFA, and we were clear that we wanted to make sure we supported our teachers that were here first. I mean, we have teachers, as some of the teachers have spoken, and Bill Freeman spoke. We have teachers on temporary contracts. We have visiting teachers who have committed to this organization. I think that's important. As a product of San Diego Unified, and what this board has said over the last couple of years, these folks are important. However, it is also important that we establish a recruiting base, and this is a great opportunity. So I would say, as I look at this agreement, we need to shore up some of the language in terms of being clear about what our priorities are and making sure that we're committed to the folks that certainly have been laid off, waived their rights, and have rights to come back. Certainly our folks that have received temporary contracts over the last couple of years. We want to make sure that we're committed to partnering with our principals. Bottom line is we can recruit, we can interview for character, looking at pedagogy, looking at practices. However, our principals need to be a partner in selecting the best and the brightest for their schools.
All applicants.
And certainly we recognize the importance of fully credentialed teachers and making sure that our teachers are NCLB qualified. But I'm going to also speak that I was an intern in this district, and I enjoyed my first year as well, Shane. So 2 of us. And that's important to make sure that we build a strong foundation for moving forward. As monies come in, as we provide more opportunities for more teachers, we need to have solid foundation. And there are great TFA teachers out there that I'm aware of, and I think this is great. So I think to answer your question, we certainly want to look at making sure that all of our teachers have the qualifications to be in front of our students.
Okay. Will these teachers be employees of the district?
They will need to be employed by the district,
But what's
yes.
the agreement say?
You know, I haven't read through the entire agreement to look at the details of if that's in there, but I'm going to say they need to be employees of our district. If it's not in there, it should be in there.
If you take a look at Section 3, subpoint F and G, I'm sorry, subpoint G on page 8, I believe. I'm sorry, page 9, sub 3, sub H.
I'm going to trust you.
It says right here, the teachers will be an employee of Teach for America. No. Am I misreading this?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the language employment status.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, so that they're not a agent of Teach for America.
Yeah.
Okay, so then direction from an administrator to this person, they are a member. They are an employee of the district. Okay, and then would they also be SDEA members?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Would they also be SDEA members?
They will need to be. If they're contracted with us, they will need to be. And that's, yes.
I'm just seeking to understand.
I agree.
Before taking a position. Is this budget neutral? In other words, is the TFA organization going to be compensating the district for the salary and the benefits? Hold on, let's... Yeah.
Yes, I did read over the original agreement that was presented, and I think that with the clarifications that Mr. Barrera made in terms of mending that original agreement,
right, with the fees?
Yes,
okay.
that the proposal is cost neutral.
Okay.
And I believe there was a stipulation that these people would go into funded positions.
Right. Do we have to budget for all 25 positions?
Now, I don't believe you'd budget for these positions. These positions would occur as vacancies present themselves.
Okay.
So and I didn't read any
so we're not
guarantee
have to
that we would have to employ all 25 of these people if the positions don't materialize.
Okay. And what status will the employment be? Will it be under contract status or you know what I'm talking about? Contract status versus permanent status versus probationary status?
Certainly, if they are hired by us, receiving probationary status would be appropriate.
So they're not going to start as not going to start out under contract status or contract?
What I'm going to say is broad. Based on our staffing procedures, if there's someone who goes on a leave and we provide a temporary leave replacement contract and they fall under those provisions, certainly those provisions would apply. So I have spoken to the board. We have provided direction in terms of folks who have been laid off and recalled and what status we are going to move forward in. But I would like to say, based on our staffing, we want to look at leave of absences and how we fill vacancies. So those are the parameters that we use for general staffing would need to be followed in this case. I think it would be problematic if we offered TFA Probe 1 contracts while offering others temporary leave replacement contracts.
Okay. All right. I understand. And I know it's kind of been mentioned before that, let's just say magically we have 25 positions that open up. would we post those openings to the general public so any person could apply in addition to TFA candidates applying?
We don't do that now. We would not do that moving forward.
We don't post job openings?
No, we don't. If a school X has a position, we don't post it as we do some other positions. We have a general recruitment where applicants can apply at any time during the school year. We go out to recruit. We encourage them to apply, and that's how we go through. But we don't do a job announcement for every teaching vacancy.
Right, and then so HR just says, we have 6 math teaching credential openings in the secondary ed, and then you come in and you're kind of screened, and then you go to another room, and then you're screened again by somebody who retired 2 years ago and is working on contract, and then they send you to, then they say, okay, why don't you go out to this high school and interview with the panel there on such a, that's kind of how the experience is. And I understand that. But, I just want to make sure that we're not, stonewalling applicants to make sure, and I know that we're not doing that, just to ensure that that administrators are getting to see the full breadth of applicants to choose from. And so so enough said, because I think you're doing a great job with regard to how HR has improved dramatically over the last year. So thank you for that. That was
a couple more questions.
With BITSA support, currently, are they TFA teachers having their own training program, or will they be asked to go through the same BITSA support programs that we currently have available for new teachers?
I want to make sure that I'm clear here. Again, I have not read through the entire agreement for TFA, but I would say every provision that we have for our new teachers coming through, I would expect all of our teachers, whether they come from a university, TFA, or Loyola Marymount. I think that's important for our teachers to go through. It's a requirement that we have, and we have a program to support them with.
Okay. And I have heard, and I don't know if we want to have mea culpa or something like this, I have heard that TFA has admitted publicly that they have made mistakes in the past and they've caused harm in some school districts that they have gone into. Is this true? And what kinds of specific issues or concerns have occurred, and how does this proposal remedy or address some of those issues?
So I think my comments on that would be that we're a 22-year-old organization, and we've now worked in 46 different regions. And so that sort of breadth of an organization over time and space, I know for a fact that we've made mistakes, as any other organization, a school district, everything. There's all sorts of organizations that have committed mistakes. I don't know the specific things that comment was making reference to. I think that one of the biggest mistakes we've made in the past that I can speak to is not working collaboratively enough with our communities. Not working closely enough with our school district partners, not hearing enough of the voices of the students and the parents and the teachers and the administrators that we're working with. I think that has been a huge mistake for us in the past. And I think that speaks more to maybe 15 years ago than it does 5 years ago.
Okay.
But here in San Diego, and you can ask a lot of people in this room, I have made it my point from the very first moment that I came back to my hometown to start reaching out to people that I knew would be critical, to people that I knew would be skeptical, because I knew that it was their voice that would add most value to me shaping this program in a way that would be valuable to our community here in San Diego. I refused to take a cookie-cutter version of Teach for America and plop it down in my own hometown where I still have family in schools. And so in that sense, I would say that's one thing I've observed that we're trying to do differently here in San Diego.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, what schools will be selected for TFA, and how will they be selected? Are we going to try to concentrate, 3 or 4 TFA teachers in one school to create a culture there, or really infuse certain schools with the extra professional development opportunities? What's that going to look like? Do we know?
I don't believe we can address that simply because we're looking at, again, programs. We're looking at selection process that principals need to be involved in. We need to look at vacancies that come about. We need to look at folks who are still have rights to return to our district. So I don't believe we can get into those details at this time.
Okay, thank you. And this is a 1-year contract? This isn't 1 year? 7 years?
3 years.
3 years. Can, at the end of 1 year, can we reevaluate it and cancel it?
You've got provisions.
Okay, so it's a 1 year contract, or it's a 3-year agreement, but after 1 year we have the opportunity to evaluate it on its merits and cancel the contract. Okay.
Okay.
There's a termination provision in page 7.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members on this item? I do have. I'd like to make just. Yes, I'd like to say something. I was just checking with everybody else first. I just want to very quickly reiterate, and it's pretty much in line with what Mr. Barrera said. When you look at a program like this and you don't know a lot about it, you tend to think, well, the people that I like and respect are opposed to it. A lot of people I don't agree with are in favor of it, so there must be a problem. And then, of course, I have a problem then when Mr. Barrera is the one who comes out with this proposal. So that addresses some of my skepticism. I realize there are a lot of different paths into the teaching profession, and that's been talked about tonight. I know Mr. Beiser, worked in management in the private sector. Mr. Freeman was in the military, and they went through, I don't know all the details, but they certainly went through, regular teacher training programs to get into where they're at. I think we need to be creative as far as how we're getting teachers into the profession. There's some I know that even psychologists are sometimes bothered because there are non-professional people who do a very good job of counseling people and think, well, I went through all these years of training and so forth, and yet there are people who have some of what it takes. And when it comes to different professions, there's a certain thing that people have, a certain gift that they have for that particular profession, and then there's the training of the techniques and the skills that are related to it. You could take a nurse who really cares about people and yet has to learn how to operate all these machines. Those can be taught. It's a lot more difficult to teach them to have the right attitude in terms of what it takes to be a nurse. I realize that not all of the people who go into this will continue on in teaching, but I also realize that when people go through traditional programs and are thrown into high poverty schools, a huge percentage of them abandon the profession after a year or two because of the difficulties. The other thing that is important here is that, and I just want to address too what someone said, which I agree with completely about wages. If we were the highest paying district in the state, I have no doubt that we would get the top caliber teachers. It would attract attention and people would come. We don't have that, but what we can offer for some high caliber people is an extreme amount of support in terms of the professional development. There were concerns about the effect on current teachers, and they're certainly in the back of the line behind them. These are budget positions. We are not budgeting money for this or spending any extra money. I don't think this is the perfect and ideal program. I think we have a long ways to go in terms of what we want to do with recruiting and retaining teachers. I've mentioned before a friend's daughter went through Stanford and went through an excellent teacher training program there where they had almost like a medical residency in terms of the internships and so forth and all the guidance and support that they had. But we're not there yet, and I think this is a step in the right direction. So based on all of that, I'm going to support this and also have it for close scrutiny as we proceed forward. Let me see here. Does any other staff member want to make any comments about this?
I'd be interested to know what the opinion is of the Director of Academics, since this has a direct impact on academics in the classroom.
Well, I can share that one of the things that was brought up earlier by a couple of people was the fact that we have 2 very successful interns in the room. And the intern program is very similar to Teach for America. And just to clarify, based on your question, they go into the classroom very much on their own, like a first-year teacher, without the student teaching, but they're supervised by someone on a regular basis, much acting like the principal. And so this kind of starting out with support from behind the scenes is a different way of training teachers, as was mentioned. And it has proven to be a very successful way, because oftentimes if there are 2 teachers in the room, there will be one who goes, okay, which one am I going to ask what I want to have as an answer? So it sometimes divides up the responsibility, and that intern goes right in there and takes control and leadership within the room. But there's certainly benefits to having that supportive person on the side. As far as whether this from an academic perspective makes sense, it depends on the teacher. And so it very much is a measurement of the principals, interviewing questions, and how they're selecting the best match for that site. I would say that one of the questions that we brought up in the pre-meetings prior to this has already been addressed, and that was, if you have a teacher who is on a temporary contract, who is already bonded with that campus and established themselves within that professional learning community, they should stay within that community, in my opinion, because none of the children know what kind of contract you have. So that being said, I think we should open our minds to this. I believe it's a positive way to widen the pool, but without displacing any of the people who are already here. And as budgeted vacancies arise, it makes sense for something to certainly consider.
Okay. If there are no further comments, please vote on this partnership. Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, very good. We will now move on to item I2, which is the first interim financial report in compliance with Education Code Section 42130. And I just want to say very quickly that we're all aware that this is basically, we don't have information on the budget from the governor until January. So what our CFO is required to do and the superintendent is basically operating on the information that we have from last June and continuing that on until we have further information. So this is not going to be a long presentation, but we'll just have a brief presentation about this. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Evans. And you're right. This is a point in time where Chief Financial Officer Stan Dobbs is going to provide to the board, staff, and community where we are just after Prop 30, but before the governor's proposed budget of January the 10th. And we are pretty much in a status quo situation where we adopted a budget, we had deficits to focus on, qualified status, and it just comes forward till there's new critical information. And I want Stan to just walk you through quickly the purpose of today's meeting, some assumptions to be made, some projections, and next steps. So Stan, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President. Thank you, Superintendent Koba. Thank you, Mr. President and board. As stated, there's a lot of information that's already been conveyed to the community and your November 27th board. The information we present today is not too far from that same information, so I would give me an opportunity to go through quite quickly. One of the things is that we do have to approve a certification tonight. It has to be done by December the 15th by Ed Code. And of the certification process, positive, qualified, and negative, we will be certifying ourselves as qualified. So what does that mean for us? As being qualified, what we're really saying is that that's the same status we've had since the second interim of 2011-12. Only 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago. It's very sustainable. It's a process that we have shown that we have a lot of dexterity to, and we're actually making progress toward positive realm. What we don't know is those things that still exist out in the atmosphere, like the governor's budget in January. Once that information is conveyed to us, us. It puts us in a much better position to be in control of the future of San Diego Unified and where we want to go. Whenever you put together a budget proposal, you must be concerned about your multi-year projections, because the law requires us to convey information on this year and the next 2 fiscal years. And you develop assumptions. Those assumptions you receive guidance from the San Diego County Office of Education, the dartboard that's put out by the School Service of California. And those assumptions are congruent throughout just about 1,085 districts throughout the state, so everyone's looking at the same parameters. We've been taking into consideration things like sequestration that may be coming through as you read about fiscal cliffs, that we make those determinations. Why? Because we want to be able to decide what our budget deficits could be. In this particular case, our budget reduction is looking for 2013-14 is estimated at $84.1 million. That number is not significantly different than the number you've heard in November or in June, but it's letting us know we're in the same position and we've maintained a stable environment. Another thing, how that came about. Prop 30 passed in November. Thank you, taxpayers. And as a result of that, we are all looking at a much brighter future, especially in the long run, as Prop 30 come to play. Prop 30 starts January 1st with a 1/4% increase in sales tax, and we will see favorable results from that endeavor. As we look at the $84.1 million, we still have to consider that we have to have a way to deal with that budget deficit, and we will. We deal like we've done with things in the past, and we just look at those particular areas and decide on where those decisions need to be made. Now, when you're looking at that's budget, let's look at cash flow. When we look at cash flow, it's important. Why? Because cash is how we pay our individuals. When we look at this graph, you look at the green lines, we're just showing that after payroll is made, those green lines show where we have cash. The red line shows that $72 million was the average payroll. How have we dealt with this in the past? Have you seen? We get trends, a tax revenue anticipation note, and we deal with those areas where the bar, a green bar is below the red bar. It's nothing different than we've done in the past, but it's something that we're already familiar with. And as Prop 30 matures and deferrals are repaid, that condition gets even better. So the important part about this presentation, the budget development timeline, the first thing is about, we're here today to establish what first interim means. The next important step, the governor's budget. January 10th, that's the new D-Day. What are we going to do? What is the governor going to assign to us? Will we get more money? Will we get less? Will we get a substantial amount of money? How we look at the future of California budgeting for schools. Then we want to have workshops so everyone can understand what the new process is going to be. That workshop is put on by school service around the 15th. Then the superintendent wants to come forth with some suggestions, recommendations about how we resolve those issues, if there's any issues that ought to resolve. Then we want to go to the site level so the principals can make decisions about the SPBs and their workbooks. Then we want to come back again in second interim in March 12th before the March 15th deadline and tell you how well we are proceeding and what the real impact would have been. So we don't want to speculate and come out in advance and raise an alarm that may not be necessary. So what are we looking at now? The way ahead. December 1st interim submittal, it's out of sync with the January's budget. We know that. January 10th, we get the corrective action, we get information, we go forward, we bring back a better picture. Staff will come up with ideas about any deficits, if we have any at that time. Right now, we don't know. We just have projections. Timelines are tight. When we found out January 10th, we'll work diligently between January and February and have everything in place by March 15th and second interim to answer those pictures. But what we do know is that stakeholder collaboration and communication is essential. Just as we talked about yesterday and today, communication is the way a community builds solutions. And we're going to continue to keep that mantra and that perspective as we go forward. With that, that ends my presentation. Pending any questions from the board?
Mr. Dobbs, first of all, I want to, when you came up, welcome you here.
Yes,
you came onto the track running at full speed and really getting involved very quickly. I didn't expect, in the short time that you'd been here, that you'd be able to go through all of this and make this presentation for the first interim. So welcome and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there, first, before discussion, is there a motion to approve the certification?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any board comments? Discussion, Mr. Burke. Yes, there are. Okay, excuse me. Let me get the public comment first. Let me see. Right here, item I2, correct? Okay, Shane Parmalee and Michelle Sanchez. Thank you for reminding me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sanchez. So I was looking at the first interim, and I was disappointed to see that we had human adjustments or staffing or slight reductions. Our voters expected more from us. They just passed Prop 30 and Z, essentially telling us to keep the cuts away from the classroom and the children. The voters expect improvements, not cuts. So the question was, you wonder why we couldn't retain teachers, and we feel a need to find new teachers with TFA. Well, we're tired of playing this yo-yo game of being the pink slips every year. So do what's right, stop the cuts. Teachers have given enough, and we can't afford any more cuts. We had 2 years of furloughs, and many teachers are still laid off. Our nurses, our counselors, our AECE teachers. Now the district budget is looking up, and we should expect the school board to honor the contracts it makes. So I know we're waiting for the January budget. So I hope you can commit with the budget to no pink slips in January. The public wants their schools to be stable. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shane Parmley. Educators have given more than their fair share to carry the district through this financial crisis, with furlough days, pay cuts, layoffs, working to pass Prop 30. Now the budget's looking up, and it's time to give back. And while I was driving around this afternoon, I heard Bernie Reinerson, a little clip from him on PBS today about how the budget's going to be looking really good in the future and like next year because we're going to have extra money coming in. And since we know that there's more coming in, if San Diego is really serious about its campaign for the quality schools in all the neighborhoods, then we need to pay enough to actually provide a stable work environment for the teachers who are here, instead of paying like 20% less than some of the other districts, even after you have to pay for your own health care. This is why I'm asking you to pass a budget that shows no layoffs, especially since you unanimously just voted to invite Teach for America to our district, and that you restore some of the pay restorations that aren't even showing up with the 2% increase in January. There are a lot of teachers who, after Prop 30, after campaigning and talking with all their friends and family, when Prop 30 passed, were like, yes, we're finally going to see a raise of 2% in January. And it was like, no, you might see a 2%, you may be, but probably not. And so now you're saying absolutely nothing, not even just in January, but through all of next year, and layoffs again. So I'm asking you not to pass this budget and to vote no. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments or discussion by board members? Ms. Barrera.
So I appreciate the explanation from staff and the point that what we have to pass tonight in our first interim, not only is we're working blind without the governor's January budget, which of course, as we know, is not the final budget. That's the first indication of what the governor and legislature are going to be working from in January, and that process will go on then for several months. But we're also required to assume no increase in revenue. So Prop 30 allows us, the passage of Prop 30 allows us to know that we will not be reducing the current school year, the 12-13 year. That we can bank on. Okay. But what we have to do right now, prior to the governor's budget being released in January, is to assume no increase in revenue next year or the following year. And that's what we have to do in order to meet our requirements. But I can tell you, and I agree with the points of the two teachers here. Not only this community, but this entire state has had it with this annual process of pink slips and layoffs. And when the voters approved Prop 30, they were voting yes based on a very clear commitment, a promise from the governor that we're going to reinvest in our schools over the next several years. That was very clear. Governor, to be specific, the governor, and I know he did this up and down the state, but he stood in front of Perkins, K-8, and Hoover High School in our district, and was very clear that with the passage of Prop 30, within a few years, we're going to see a $2,500 per student increase across the state. And I know Stan can do the math real quick, but that's $250 million plus to our district. not in the first year, but in subsequent years. And the day after the election, the governor stood at a press conference and announced again that with the passage of Prop 30, we will be able to get to a $2,500 per student increase in California within a few years. I think everybody assumes that what we're going to see in the governor's January proposed budget for 13-14 is not flat revenue. I think we assume that there's going to be some increase in revenue. We don't know how much that's going to be yet. But we can be very defined. And in fact, I would ask the superintendent and Stan to put together some basic. If we get $250 more, what does that mean for us? If we get $500, we get $750, we get $1,000. Very important that we can be defined about that ourselves, so that when we go and have conversations with the governor and his office and our legislators, they know what the impact of funding level increases to our district would be. But the voters were more than clear, the governor was more than clear, that this state is done, flat out done, with this process of continued cuts to education. We cannot be going through another spring of pink slips and destabilization of our schools. And the work that we have to do right now is, what Mr. Bosler was talking about with us this morning. It's advocacy. It's making very clear that the governor and the legislature, who now have the absolute power and authority to make sure that our schools have the funding that they need, that we honor the promise that was made to voters, and that we honor the will of the voters, and that's not to go through. We don't expect overnight to have money coming from heaven and be able to do everything that we want to do. I think one of the points that I think we made this morning is we should be thinking about a 5-year outlook, assuming that resources will start to flow back into our district and into education. And what are our priorities? As we start to think over the next 5 years. So we're taking, frankly, a procedural action tonight that I think everybody understands is, working without the necessary information that we need to start, as you say, Stan, to start that budget process. But our commitment as a board has got to be that we're going to do the work that we need to do together. Just like we knocked on doors together to pass Prop 30, we need to come together, our teachers, our parents, our community, and make clear to a governor that I believe is fully supportive of education, make clear to this governor, make clear to this legislature that I believe is supportive of education, that stability for 13-14 is our expectation, and then reinvestment is our expectation going forward. So I approve this procedural action that we take tonight, but my commitment is to continue to work with this community to make clear that the governor, the legislature need to honor the promises, need to respect the will of the voters, and that's to stabilize our schools going forward for 13-14, to not go through a spring of layoffs and pink slips and cuts and destabilization, with an eye towards reinvestment moving forward.
Okay. Barnett?
I have some questions. First of all, on page 9, the budget solution categories, this is the third year that I've been through this, and the previous times we've had the first interim, and there were always budget solutions because there were always shortfalls. There were specifics, breakdowns of these categories, and I looked in this. So is staff saying that we do not need to give the County Office of Education any more detail than this, and in the SACS report, or any more detail than this graph?
Yes, sir. According in our discussion with the County Office of Education, we have to make a recommendation that we recognize that we need to look at some budgetary strategies. When we get to second interim, we got to have details. So at this particular point, we just need to acknowledge that there's an $84.1 million possible deficit structure deficit there, and what would our plan be areas. But when we get to second interim, if that still exists, then we have to have detail down to the item of what programs or adjustment that will be made.
Just to clarify, so the county is actually being more lenient about that detail this year than in previous years?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of being less lenient. It's just a matter that that's what the requirement is for second interim. And also the county recognizes that no one knows anything firm until after the January budget is proposed by the governor to make those kind of detailed decisions without causing undue stress.
So right now, the assumption is that the revenue on this snapshot in time today, that the revenues are going to be flat in next year. Is that correct? I mean, we're not going to get, under this proposal, not looking at the governor's, that it would be flat. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, because at this point in time, we have nothing but guidance from the governor's office that he's going to maintain us at a flat proposal.
So revenues are flat, so we're not going to get more money than we have this year, but thank goodness to Prop 30 didn't have a cut, but we have a shortfall of $84 million.
Yes, sir.
So that means we're spending $84 million more, or use one-time revenues to balance the current budget. That's why we have that shortfall. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we're going to have increased expenditures, contractual obligations, step and column, increased healthcare costs, utility costs, paper costs, and then, of course, the one-time revenues, sale of real estate, in $26 million in this year's budget, which is a one-time,
yes,
and then a use of reserves or other funds. So we're basically spending, we have a hole that we've created not through having a cut from the state, but the actions of the board on the previous budget.
Well, sir, when the board acted on what information they knew at the time come in June. Sure. They also acted on what information they had in time to, as far as anticipating what would happen with Prop 30. Everyone across the state had to make a decision at $441 per ADA. So the board made those decisions, and through our stakeholders, we came up with agreements. As a result of the Prop 30 passing, those 14 furlough days were now not part of the equation. So you come up with those numbers in that particular predicament because we knew that would be the result if it passed. We also know what would happen if it failed.
Okay. At the last meeting, this board unanimously approved, I believe, the board approved to say that when the budget does come back, that we would maintain the current level of ratios and funding for nurses, counselors, and not cut VAPA or police. And that has a cost. I don't know how much it is. So it seems to me that this $84 million should actually be more. Or we're cutting them in other areas.
My understanding, we've been talking a couple of weeks ago about $80 million.
Yes, sir.
And the $84 million, I think, reflects the action.
Is that $4 million extra then?
Yes, sir. That $4.1 million reflects that discussion from November 27th to make now the total balance $84.1 million, plus some other things that comes out from adjustments and when you resolve first interim.
Okay, so
but not all attributed to nurses, VAPA, and police.
But this base budget does include those being protected based on the board's action of last meeting.
Well, I wouldn't go say protected.
Well, the board's
whatever the board direction was on November 27th.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As I understand
me, I know you weren't here.
Superintendent. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. The school site reductions item, which is the biggest, $58.5 million, and it talks about declining enrollment, which we have had several thousand reduction in the last several years, and program and staffing adjustments. I mean, so basically what we're saying is to pay for this deficit, we're going to snapshot in time today. We don't know what the governor's going to do. We hope we get more money. that this primarily, to take the euphemisms at it, is pink slips, primarily layoff notices. Is that correct?
No, sir, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so where do you get $58 million from?
From adjustments in decline enrollment, and decline enrollment is about 1,400 students per year based on our demography reports, and then programs, and then maybe some staffing adjustments. Doesn't mean pink slips. It may have some adjustments in staffing requirements of what the staff performance.
So we're saying we can get $58 million in cuts in 13-14, assuming the numbers don't change, except for the only pink slips would be declining enrollment. You're saying you can come up with the money without additional layoffs?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that $58.5 million is just a targeted notional number to start with, but also what this doesn't tell you about is increase in revenue. For any revenue I can increase, that's less money you have to reduce in reduction.
Yeah, but we're not talking about revenue increase. We're talking about a snapshot today. I agree. The governor may give us $1,000 more or $2,500, or I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Reinerson, because I've heard the number is maybe more around $500, which would maybe cut this in half. But the reality is this is $58 million, and today these are per people, right?
No, sir.
You're saying no?
It's written very broadly to say programs, staffing adjustments. It could be a program that could provide some leverage, and then the decline enrollment.
If we could have the superintendent, could you just comment on that? Because he's just
I would say that if 93% of your general fund is people counts, yes, this affects people. Okay. To what degree it affects people, we don't know, but this is a snapshot in time.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to be honest and understand what it is we're looking at.
Scott, if I could, maybe one more comment, too, because I think you focused on something that's, I think, suggests how artificially contrived this scenario is. There is no new revenue factored into the assumptions. There are cost of living adjustments, such as utility and health care and so on. So we factor in for expenditures, but we are not allowed to factor in for revenue. Right. So it certainly skews what we have here.
Right. And then the other thing is, which concerns me, is that in June, when the board adopted looking at the multi-year budget, the board did not consider having an additional real estate sale of $16 million. That was not part of the board's action in 13-14. It talked about $26 million in this current year, and then I think maybe potentially six or something other year. And this is calling for $16 million of land sales based on, there is one area that is specific on page 7 that says that this deficit line item budget reductions don't carry over because of one-time revenues. So it's $16 million in 13-14. So that would be an additional land sale of $16 million beyond what we currently have authorized in this current year, which was some after tonight, if we did tonight, 24 or 5 million. So that is specific in that case. As I've said many times in this board, these first interims become the freight train. And the freight train starts moving, and that's why at the last meeting I made clear to make a motion to make sure we preserve the nurses, the counselors, the police, and the VAPA. And this freight train, once again, we don't know what the governor's going to do. We don't know what the budget's going to do. But I cannot support a concept even that, number one, is going to include another one-time sale of our assets, which was not what the board approved in June. And then secondly, we're talking probably $50 million of layoffs under this scenario. And this board has not and continues to not plan ahead. We could have started discussions in June over what if scenarios come next year. Hopefully we'll get more money in from the state. What I'm hearing is maybe another $500, and that would be $40 million whole. So once again, we had opportunities in the budget to start planning ahead. We knew in June that this $80 million hole was here. I mean, this is what we talked about. When the TA was agreed with the unions, they all knew, and there should be no surprise that was there. But my concern is that we keep waiting for things to happen to us instead of proactively trying to look at other ways to solve the problem. So I won't be supporting this.
Okay, so what we are voting on is approving the certification. And,
yes, sir.
And from what Scott's saying, and the general report, I guess.
Yes, sir. We're voting on the certification itself as qualified, and that would be the submission to the County Office of Education.
Okay. Okay. Please vote on this certification. Okay. That passes 3-2. Okay. We'll now move on to the
Thanks, sir.
Next item, which is, thank you, Mr. Dobbs, board direction to staff regarding options and process for employee health benefits. And this was a follow-up to what we had discussed the last time. We wanted you to resurrect the previous memos and get information, and I think different board members have come to you with different ideas and so forth, too. Mr. Superintendent or Mr. Stover?
I'm going to ask Phil to update the board. He's the one that was doing the research in this area and has had some recent, insights and some suggestions.
Yes, thank you. The board asked us to come back with some documents that had been created previously, update them. So what you have provided to you last week was a memo from the Finance Department on the history of relationship with the VEBA organization, some data, figures related to our relationship with VEBA as well as other districts in the state. Also, I provided you a process memo together with a timeline for us to look at moving from tonight through the end of next year, at which time we would do actually two RFP processes. One initially to identify a consultant to help us walk through the creation of a very large, complex RFP based on a lot of analysis of actuarial data to look at another potential provider for our healthcare insurance work, or to self-insure, even if that was a benefit to us. The memo that I have provided you is extensive in the sense that it takes us from today all the way through till the end of next year. It estimates the cost of a consultant to help us do all of that analysis, all of the work of analyzing the proposals that come back from companies at around $300,000. That's quite frankly a educated guesstimate from experience I've had elsewhere. So it is an expensive process. That $300,000 would take us all the way through the process. We do not know when we get the proposals back whether we would proceed to make a change or not. We don't know whether there would be savings or benefit to us, or whether we would pursue an option we have not considered before, such as a self-insurance fund. Since doing that, I've also had some requests from several of the board members to provide an alternative to that long, lengthy, expensive process, which is more short-term. So I've put together a short document here that would enable the board to also consider looking at doing a professional service contract with a health insurance actuarial expert for the next 60 days, perhaps, who would walk us through in more detail, with more complexity than our staff can do, because we have no one in our staff really that has the level of expertise with this kind of analysis that we would really need, because this is an extremely important, I can't emphasize how important and how complex looking at healthcare insurance premiums and providers are. So I have also for your consideration, should you desire to look at it, a document that would take us out about 60 days, maybe $50,000, $50,000 to $60,000. I capped it at 80, trying to be conservative there, but where we could look at hiring a person under a professional services agreement, so it would be shorter, quicker. We would not have to do an RFP. We would award this on a not-to-exceed basis, and the company or the provider would help us to assess our costs over time with VIVA compared to other districts' costs, looking at like districts, not only in VIVA, but districts outside of VIVA, large urbans, California large urbans. We would look at really some good solid guidance from this person within this RFP should we pursue the next step. So I'm breaking down what I have in one long step here into multiple steps to not require quite the resources that it would be needed under the long-term effort. So, and I'm always intrigued by the concept of self-insurance. We are a big district, and there are big districts who self-insure and realize cost benefits from doing that. And I'm estimating if we did that, we could move quickly. And under the procurement guidelines that we have, we could hire a company very quickly to do that kind of short-term examination of, is there really going to be a likelihood, the key question we don't have an answer to with the expertise we have on our staff, is there going to be any probable outcome that we're going to save money at the end of spending $300,000? We don't know the answer to that. I've given you at your request the outline for doing that, for going through that whole process, and I'm also giving you one that would be much short-term, much less cost, that would enable us to have a better in-depth answer to that question before we commit other resources.
So when I asked you about this before, we were talking about this original proposal, which was to prepare the RFP, put the RFP up there, find out what the market does, and go through the entire process. This is more where you would do a thorough expert market analysis and making the comparisons of apples to apples and so forth that you can't. I know you've given us information such as, Escondido left and then they came back, but it still doesn't tell us what that means because we don't know if Escondido is the same as us or not. But the idea would be that we wouldn't be committing at this point to doing an RFP and putting it out to bid. We would be doing a sort of a market analysis to determine, and then it would come back to the board, and we've not quite the same. We've done some kind of things like this with real estate in terms of kind of assessing where we're at, but we didn't put them up for bid at that point. Then we would decide, the board would decide based on that information from the expert and the staff that, okay, we should proceed forward with an RFP or we should not, and then develop it at that point.
Correct.
Because I understand the development of the RFP is very, very complex.
That is the most intense part of this whole process.
More than even after the bidding.
Yes, because you have to provide all of the prospective responders with all your data for years of experience from an insurance perspective, and that requires an intense amount of analysis. I was at the Southern California Business Executive meeting Friday, and we went all around the table with all the key people from all the districts in the large districts in Southern California, and they just talked about their health insurance plans, what their caps are. Some have a hard cap, some have a soft cap, and there was districts from $24,000 as a total amount that they capped their expenditures, and there were districts at 6, 7, 8,000. We're probably between 12 and 14 somewhere in there. So we're right in the middle of it. It made us realize, Wayne and I were both there, that there are such a range. So you have to look at why is Long Beach capping at 24,000. What are they providing? What's going on there? And it's very hard to assess that and do a good job. So we are suggesting to you that as a staff to do that and to go beyond what we've already given you in the memo you got from Finance and the memo that I've given you, that we would need some help to do that.
Well, could you, we've got this layout from the 300,000. Could you give us that paper that you said you were going to write up? Sure. So we can kind of compare it. And so in terms of discussing this, if there's some question, we also have, maybe we'll take the public comments.
If I could just make one real quick comment also. There's a typo in that recommendation that may cause a lot of people confusion. It says the board approved the issuance. That D shouldn't be there. You have not approved the issuance. It's the board approved. The recommendation is the board approved the issuance of an RFP.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that.
And this is the option on this paper here.
That's
okay.
That's
the public speakers. First of all, citizen.
For 20 years, VEBA has had a monopoly on the health insurance for this district. For 20 years, it has not been put out for an RFP. And it's about time that there is a very close look taken at what VEBA is providing. That little 2-page paper that Phil Stover came up with, that's inadequate. Let's find out what VEBA is really getting paid to do. How much are its employees getting paid? I'd like to know what that CEO is making. That 2-page little paper is just doing this halfway. For the amount of money that it costs this district for health benefits, I think it's the second highest expense for this school district. This is a very important place where money could be saved that can go back into the classrooms. Right now, VEBA is just this middleman that gets paid a lot of money. Government entities don't have middlemen, and they save a lot of money for employees. A good example of it is the County of San Diego, and they're very fiscally sound. They're doing something right. There's going to be a $63 increase per person for employers starting in January to cover Obamacare. Those are the types of increases that you're looking at, so you need to be looking at very seriously on the money that you could save. So I urge you to open it up for an RFP. That is your fiduciary duty. It's your legal responsibility, and it's been shirked for 20 years. What is more concerning is that for 20 years, VEBA was under the radar. Employees don't know what VEBA is. Nobody paid attention to VEBA. But as soon as people started asking questions about VEBA, it filed a lawsuit. It didn't want anybody looking at VEBA. It didn't want anybody to mess up the sweet little money deal that it's got going for providing essentially a useless service that is not necessary for this district. This district could handle it. And you could hire the employees for a lot less money than you're paying VEBA. So it's time to put VEBA out for an RFP. I don't think you should be doing it halfway, as Mr. Stover is suggesting. I think that you need to open it up so that the public can really see if it's getting the best deal for the money that it's spending, the millions and millions that it's spending on VEBA.
Okay, Jesus Montana. And after him, Steve Greenwald will speak.
Jesus Montana, President of the Police Officers Association, and I graduate from Unified School District. Might as well follow the trend. Just wanted to make some clarifying comments from the last time I spoke on this topic. First of all, as POA, we do not recommend that we get out of VEBA. Some may have understood my comments as my recommendation is to get out of VEBA and go find something else. That would be foolish. My recommendation, or our recommendation, is that we remain in VEBA but also open it up and check, basically do our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that VEBA is giving us the best bang for our buck. And to do so would be to either go out, if you want to go the longer route of an RFP, or if you wish to take the other route that Mr. Sofer is recommending tonight, that at least is something more than what we've been doing for, as much as it may sound like I'm agreeing with Ms. Smith, something that we haven't done in 20 years. She is correct. We need to do this. It is our responsibility as the board, as the union leadership, to make sure that our members are properly being served. We're not overpaying where we could go elsewhere. At the same time that the money is then redirected to give the proper staffing levels, whether it's officers or teachers, counselors, and service the students. But to do so, we need to make sure that we do our fiduciary responsibility and see what's out there by someone other than just VIBA giving us a report on how well they're doing. That'll be the equivalence of me going out to my membership and finding out who would be a better president and me coming back and telling you that I am. No, I might be, but... No, but seriously, it does take a third party, an independent organization to do so and give you an honest answer to make sure that we are heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, President, Superintendent Steve Greenwald. $167 million is a lot of money to spend per year for your health care, number one. Number two, there's a couple points that I don't know, and maybe you can help me out. The first thing is, how much of this benefit's going for present employees, how much for past employees, and how much is for workman's comp? Is there a breakup? And lastly, what's been happening for the last 5 years and has been going up? The actuary for the city of San Diego says that it's 10% per year increase of health care benefits, the cost of health care benefits, which is unsustainable. And $167 million is a tremendous amount of money. So I think that this board should look at very carefully a transparent process to be set up between the board and all the teachers' unions for the betterment of both the board and the teachers and the students. I think you can save, I think you can save approximately $50 million, which is 30% of the $170 million. So that with that idea of basically having clinics, primary care clinics, that are owned by the San Diego Unified School District, number one. And number two, contracts between all major hospitals and all the specialists, as well as durable equipment, pharmaceutical companies, any other medical providers of anything, that we have a 33% discount as a San Diego Unified School District. And a lot of people would take it, the hospitals would take it, and I think you could save easily 1/3. And on top of that, if we don't use $120 million, whatever money is saved would be going right back to all the employees of the San Diego Unified School District equally. So if you save $2 million, you just divvy it all up. And so basically, you're setting up, number one, a primary health care system, and number two, a wellness system, a wellness care, where you're going to try to prevent healthcare costs from continuing to go up. They're unsustainable. And I don't have the two questions, the answers for my two questions, but as a medical doctor here, orthopedist for 30 years in San Diego, with over 20,000 patients, when it comes to you owning the clinic and you controlling how much you pay the doctors and all the healthcare professionals, you'll be able to cut your expenses tremendously. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay.
Could I just make a couple of comments? What this is not, and what is from the beginning, when we're looking at the $165+ million expenditures, my question has been: can we get the same benefits that we have now at a better cost? Not even considering changing the benefits. Although VIBA did unilaterally increase costs to our employees in the recent notice that we had no say over. This year, the budget was up $11 million, I think, roughly for VIBA over the previous year, our healthcare. Next year, $15 million increase budgeted, and then another probably $17 million the following year on the current course. So all this is, and Mr. Stover's approach is definitely, I think, a reasonable first step to determine what maybe I don't know if it's been read into the record or it's not here, but go
ahead. If that's your motion.
Okay, I will move that the district issue a professional service contract for healthcare consultant, review our healthcare insurance costs, and bring back to the board an evaluation of the same. The study would be a short-term in duration and would involve the following: an assessment of our costs over time for the services provided by VIBA, VIVA, an assessment of other districts' costs for similar health insurance providers, an assessment of the process forward should the district decide to pursue an RFP for a health care insurance provider, an assessment of the district's options in moving forward to review alternative health care options, including self-insurance, and an estimated cost time it would take approximately 6 weeks and costs from $50,000 to $80,000 maximum, and it would be awarded at a not to exceed basis. So I would make
is there
that
a
as a
second
motion.
to that motion? Okay, I'll give you the gavel for a second. I would like to second that motion. And so in terms of comments on this, I think some things need to be clarified. When we talk about VIVA's never been contracted out, I mean, the fact of the matter is that the health insurance is contracted every year with various insurance companies, but VIVA is the consistent consortium through which we do it. There are other things that have been thrown out there, such as a vendor saying we could save $10 million, which, is just kind of thrown out there. There's nothing of substance to that. But I think we have to move forward, and we have to not be afraid to investigate what savings we could make, but we need to do this very carefully. And that's why I prefer this method over the other, which is developing all of the, it's more expense, but it's developing all of the RFP and putting up for bid and just completely moving forward. We've asked for different, as I said before, asked for different pieces of information from the staff, but it's just not expert enough and conclusive enough, in the same way with real estate and other expert matters. So the other thing on the original proposal is, it's by going through because this is a very complicated process and it does need to be done through an RFP, it's about a 2-month process just to get the RFP done, whereas if we're having a consultant working as an expert with the staff, we could hire them in very short order, get them to work on it right away, and then get back to the board. And I think we need to look at all the options in terms of what we're currently doing with VIVA, what's been mentioned about self-insurance. I mean, one of the things that I just like about that is the potential of a lot of big companies that have self-insurance also have wellness programs and actually can improve the health of their employees while saving costs, and then comparing it to what the market rates are, so that we're not just blindly going out there and saying, okay, here it is, let's put it for bid, let's see who comes up with the number. I know it's more complicated than that, as Mr. Stover said. I think this is a sort of a reasonable step forward to determine whether or not we want to proceed with an RFP after that, which would be more involved. So those are my thoughts. Yes, Mr. Pereira.
So I think the market analysis is critical in this whole question. I think the question, and I think what both President Evans and Mr. Barnett talked about is correct. So, as part of the VIVA consortium, our health benefits are absolutely put out to bid every year, and we absolutely go to the market every year. So I think people understand that, but sometimes I hear people, kind of confuse these issues. Whether or not we go out to the market and put out to bid who our healthcare broker is, whether it's VIVA or whether it's somebody else, and even if we're quote unquote self-insured, we're still going to have a broker, right? So we're going to be paying somebody, whether it's VIVA or whether it's somebody else to do our health benefits. In either situation, or whatever the situation that we're in, of course we're going to be going out to the market every year and bidding out our health providers. And the threshold question for me is, theoretically, I'm skeptical that we have more power in the market among health insurers on our own than we do as with 14,000 employees than we do as part of a consortium of over 100,000 employees. I mean, everything that I've always heard about healthcare is the bigger your risk pool, the more powerful you are in the market. So, I start with this absolute skepticism that by reducing our risk pool, so being on our own, that we're going to be in a stronger position in the market than we would be as part of a consortium with over 100,000 employees. So the market analysis becomes important then, because if we do this, appropriate study of comparable districts, Long Beach and Fresno and others that are comparable size. I mean, first the question is absolutely, are they providing a comparable level of benefits? And absolutely, Mr. Barnett's point is correct that we're talking about, can we provide the same level of benefits, more efficiently? So, it only makes sense to compare ourselves to other districts if we're comparing apples to apples, and so we've got to be able to do that. But if we compared ourselves to a Long Beach or a Fresno or another, similarly sized school district that is not part of a consortium, and they're providing the same level of benefits we are, but their premium costs are lower than ours, or they are incurring less growth. So their growth increases over, say, the past 5 years have been less than ours. Okay, then I think that's worth looking at, and it's worth understanding why that is, and that would certainly help overcome, my skepticism that we'd be in stronger position in the market by being on our own rather than being part of a larger consortium. However, if we did that market analysis and we looked at similar size districts and who were providing comparable health benefits, but their costs were higher than ours, or their cost increases over the past several years were higher than ours, then I think it for me at least, it confirms this, why it would be sensible for us to remain within a larger consortium, to remain within VIVA. So I think the first question is, do we even have a problem? I mean, we know health, costs are, a big part of our budget, and we know health care costs continue to go up every year, but we know that that's true everywhere. And, so if we're doing better than other districts, that are out on their own with comparable health benefits, well, then, to me, I'm not going to support, some process which, it takes up a lot of our time and money and potentially, moves us out of VIVA and subjects us to, to the market in a weaker position. So, but I think the market analysis is fair, and I think it's worth doing. I got to say that I'm pretty skeptical that it's going to cost $50,000 to $80,000 to do that market analysis. So the one thing that I would ask if we approve this item, the superintendent and Mr. Stover and others to do, I know Mr. Hanby will do this, is to make sure that we're monitoring very closely the costs that this consultant would incur, because if it really costs a few $1,000s to do the market analysis, at least enough information to come back to the board and say, we've got some information at this point that it's important for you. I don't want to spend another $40,000, $50,000, if it only takes a few thousand to do that level of work. I understand, the point that Phil is making, that even that level of market analysis is probably beyond our current capacity to do internally. So I'd support going forward, with some limited contract to do that basic market analysis, but let's try to limit these costs and not run up $50,000 to $80,000 if we can get an answer sooner than that would be my.
And just to comment on what you were saying with the apples to apples, is that it's probably not going to be that simple in terms of the size of the district and the benefits they offer. And so if we have an expert who can sort of extrapolate, well, this is because of making adjustments for their size or make adjustments for what the benefits are, because as opposed to, there are 3 places just so similar to us, we call them up and we find out. That I just don't think it's that simple. But of course, whatever however low the costs can be. And I certainly share your skepticism about how do we, on our own, how do we save more than we do with other people, unless we also see what other people are doing in terms that are self-insured and are doing, really active wellness programs and that type of thing too. And when what you said about do we have a problem? I mean, the only problem we know that's very clear is we spend a lot of money on health care. We don't know if we're spending too much. We're certainly not spending too little, but and that's why it's worth investigating, and to really, for the public to really know we've really looked at this too. Yes.
Yeah, I would just clarify one thing. The variable is not so much the size of the district as it is the number of people that are covered under the plan, and we have 35,000 people covered of the VIVA population, and my only reason for pointing that out is it may be I don't know, but it may be that because we pay 100% for the whole family, we have a higher number of people covered per employees than other districts do, and that could be a variable as well. But that's the kind of thing we would want this person to look at, because we do represent almost 35-40% of the VIVA pool.
Ms. Foster.
I certainly feel that it's we have to explore it. I mean, my understanding is that we're operating on 8 cents of a dollar, and health care is the second largest amount of this, and with it increasing every year, we can't sustain it. So we have to explore it, and we have to we have to have a conversation about it. So.
Call the question unless there's other comments.
Okay. Please vote on this item. Okay, that passes 5-0. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Operational Expectations Monitoring Report for Democratic Engagement of Stakeholders. I would just like to ask Mr. Reinerson if there's something very specific, rather than going through all of it.
Oh, I've got something special. Not specific, but very special.
Okay.
All right, I know it's been a long day. Okay. Mr. President and members of the board, you have in front of you a 28-page report that summarizes our outreach to stakeholders with lots of data and information, and we're asking that you find it in compliance. But one of the things I want to highlight for you is the great work of a very small communications team. When you compare Linda Zentz, Jack Brandeis, Jeff and Daryl, who are back in the control room right now, and Jennifer and Sherry Chester, to any other large urban district in this country, and what they're able to put out to our community, it's absolutely amazing. And I think this report shows that, and I personally want to thank them for their hard work. Just a couple of very quick highlights. Our website traffic has gone up by more than 15% in the last year. We have more than 1,700,000 hits per month. We now have 153 of our schools on the same web platform. That's been upgraded. We're going to even upgrade that now to a mobile platform. So when you see our website on your smartphone, it's going to start to look very much more usable rather than a tiny website that you have to increase. And what I want to show you tonight...
How many schools did you say?
153.
153. Out of
about 180. Okay. There are some on some other platforms. Right. But what I want to unveil for you tonight is a gift that we're going to be giving to the San Diego school community and really the entire city for free. You see it up here on the screen. And this is our mobile app that is going to be in the Apple iStore, the Apple App Store, probably next week. It's not there yet, and it will be there for free, and it's absolutely amazing because now most people work on their smartphones. So I've got an advance on here. You press it, and this is what the app looks like. I just want to show it to you and show it to the public how it works, because it's going to give our entire community access to information about this district on smartphones, and it's going to take us another step forward. So if you look on the screen, I just hit the About Us, and there's information about the district and the boundary of the district. I go back to that little square up there, Headlines. These are all the great stories. They're loading right now. These are all the great stories that show up on our website about the good news in the district. Now is going to be available on the smartphone. I'll just tap that one, and you see a photograph, and we see the story about the Scripps JROTC. But all of our headlines, and these will be fed continually. So every day that's going to change. So on your smartphone, if you want to keep up with what's going on in the district, it's right there on the app. We'll have a calendar of events. The board meetings, everything will be right there on your smartphone. You want to know where our schools are? That directory is now going to be on your smartphone, just like on the website. There it is, Henry High School. What's amazing, did you see how it went into the Google map? You'll be able to see exactly where that is, the school website, and the phone number.
How about if I'm interested in choicing to another school? Is there a way that it'll direct me to get an appointment with my neighborhood principal first?
You'll be able to find the school and find the phone number as quickly as you want, your elementary school.
Right.
And I want to go to Baker, and there it is, the principal's name and the phone number. How quickly was that? It's right there on your smartphone. Now, let me go back to the main screen. Staff directory. I want to find somebody. So who is that guy, Bernie Reinerson? I can't spell his name, but I think it's R-H-I-N. And there he is, just with R-H-I-N, and there's his phone number right there. Anybody's name of our 14,000 employees, you type in a couple of their letters, and boom, you can get to them.
That's your home
with this
phone
app.
and cell phone, right?
For all the employees? No, not home phone. Not home phone. My home phone wasn't up there. But that was how quickly I was able to do it. Okay, what is this? B-I-E? Search. Oops, I spelled your name wrong, Kevin.
Pfizer.
Did I do it wrong? Maybe you're not in there.
There are no. Oh,
there are no there. Okay, let me go on here. Okay. Okay, quickly.
Your badge doesn't work either.
We have more than, Linda, is it 7,000 or 5,000 followers on Twitter? There it is, 5,325 people who follow our Twitter feed. And if you want to follow our news that's now on Twitter, you can connect to it from the app. Facebook is blocked here, so I can't show you that. This is going to be on the Apple App Store and the Android App Store next week. And that new version of the website, which is enhanced for smartphones, is going to be going up before the holidays also. So this is just an example out of the 28 pages here of the great work that this team has done and how I think we're one of the most advanced communications teams for urban school districts in the country. You won't find a mobile app like this really anywhere around the country. Our provider, SchoolWires, developed this for us, and they did it really at no cost to us as part of our contract because they see an advantage of taking this around the country, and all the architecture that's put in this can now be part of their package. We've gotten that benefit through our relationship with them. So I want to thank SchoolWires for that work and really thank Jeff, who's back in the control room, our webmaster, who has been managing this quietly. So this is our gift to the community. We'll put it in Friday Notes next week for the first announcement about how to get it, and then we'll really start promoting it in January when we come back. So with that, I'd ask for you to find this in compliance as our annual report.
Move approval.
Move for approval. Second. Okay, one question when you mentioned, and I know Scott asked this before, but in terms of Friday notes, have you gotten any statistics on the accessing of the Friday notes and reading that information?
Actually,
you talked about the website hits, about people reading Friday notes.
Oh, yeah, that's also in the report. We have about a 16% open rate. For most email newsletters, you see about 10% open rate. We in comparison to industry standards, Friday Notes is red, and it's a high open rate. The other interesting thing is...
And that's 16%, and how many are on the list?
Oh, 100,000.
So 16%.
So we're sending about 100,000 emails every week. So that's to our employees, to our parents, and to the community.
So 16,000 are opening it.
Are being opened every week. Mm-hmm. Now, the other interesting thing that we were able to do this year is that we moved that to Smart Briefs, and that is now generating revenue. It used to cost us about $3,000 a year to produce. The change that we made, we are getting about $400 or $500 a quarter in advertising revenue.
Wow.
Not a lot of money, but we replaced a $3,000 cost with about a $2,000 revenue.
Good.
Not bad.
All right. We have one public comment from David Page on this item.
This might be my last meeting as a DAC chair. I'll be moving on to work with an organization that empowers parents, and you may be seeing them. But I do want to speak as a DAC chair right now to speak to this specific issue of how we work with parents. The DAC has been here constantly over the last year asking you to translate documents, inform us in advance, comply with the bylaws that you just accepted with a 7-day promise to inform the DAC and other chairpersons about agendas. Instead of someone within the district choosing what items we might be interested in, we want to know the whole story. So in case of an item like today where we had a hidden agenda, which is what that is, to have an agenda inside of an agenda, that we be informed about all of those so that we have an opportunity to comment more than 3 days prior, that we know 7 days before we can contact you by email and so on as the chairperson of our particular committees that should respond. So often I've stood here before and said, was the DAC consulted, and you've accepted that maybe it wasn't and postponed the item. That's the kind of thing that we're looking to do in advance of having that advanced knowledge. But before we pat ourselves on the back real hard over having this information on a smartphone about those 40, 50, 60% of parents that have no access to internet or that can't read English, what are we going to do for them to keep them engaged? And hopefully we'll keep our eye on that as well in the evaluation of how we respond to parents.
And just to be clear, you were talking about the early childhood education not being called out on the Title I?
As a separate title.
Right, that's what you were talking about.
Or it was brought to the district in October, and not to the DAC in October or November, and not on my agenda for December either. And I had an agenda-setting meeting with Ron and so on, and everybody knows it's on the agenda for you except the DAC.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure what you're referring to. Great, thank you. And thank you for your service on the DAC, too, Mr. Page. For a long time. Okay. I just lost my page here. Okay, we have to vote on this item. Please vote. Okay, the next item is the high bidder and the auction results for the district-owned property in Camp Elliott, number 3. Move for approval. Is there a second? We have one. Is there a second? Okay, I move the gavel there. I'll second this item. We have one public speaker on this item, Candace Ertel. I'm sorry. Ortley, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's okay. No one gets it right.
I just say Candace O.
I'm Candace Ortley, and I'm the mother of a middle schooler at De Portola. And I'm here to talk to you about your Camp Elliott land. It is a parcel that is unlike any of your other for-sale properties. This land blends together so seamlessly with one of San Diego's jewels, Mission Trails Regional Park, that almost everyone believes it is Mission Trails Park. Your land is home to an endangered species, the fairy shrimp, that live in its vernal pools. The seemingly insignificant piece of land on the south side of Calle de Vida is really a wildlife corridor where the deer can go all the way from the Admiral Baker Golf Course, where they have their babies on the hillside that's nearby, and all the way to the Miramar base through an animal tunnel under the 52. Generations of quail have been born and raised on your southwestern corner. Arctic terns, and that's a bird that migrates from one pole to the next pole, likes to take pit stops on your land. It has a wonderful 1.5 mile loop which connects to the rest of the park's network of trails. It is an absolute delight for hikers, dog watchers, bird watchers, and mountain bikers. This land has a remarkable 360-degree views from downtown to North Fortuna. This land is within the city of San Diego and not more than 20 minutes from where we sit today. The proposed sale will bring increased traffic, which the surrounding areas cannot handle. These areas are sleepy little neighborhoods made up of cul-de-sacs. The access roads to this property were never designed for that many cars. The construction process itself would be insufferable to the impacted neighborhoods. It would forever change the character of this area. A huge number of homes and townhouses can be packed onto 11 acres. Where are all the kids going to go to school? De Portola turned away kids this fall because they were filled to capacity. You should be using this land as it was intended when it was first given to you, which is educating the children. Get the kids out to this remarkable land, especially since you had to cut the 6th grade camp out. Get an environmental studies program going at Sarah High. Selling this land is just a temporary fix which results in permanent consequences. It seems seriously undervalued. $4 million is not nearly enough for the value of what you are about to give this developer. Before you vote on whether to give this pristine land to a developer, at least go visit it and see that it deserves your protection. This land should not be transferred to any party except Mission Trails Park. The proposed high bidder is not the proper steward for this land. Please do not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that's the only speaker on that item.
Mr. President, I don't believe that we should never sell land. I think we need to, the whole process that we're going to start going through in January is we want to look at our whole real estate portfolio, and there may be some land like this could be a perfect mitigation property for potentially for other development that we might do on some excess parcels, or we might want to trade a parcel, or we might want to sell it under the right circumstances. My concern again tonight is that this is a one-time revenue fix, which just means another hole the next year, and we have an opportunity to potentially use this parcel as mitigation or other things. So, but I want to be clear. I'm not saying we should never sell property under appropriate, thoughtful conditions. I think it makes sense, but I still cannot support this for this item.
I'm going to just ask some questions that I do every time we explore impacting communities. And we've talked about this before, Superintendent Koba. First question is, when we had staff go to the Tierra Santa Town Council for input, what kind of feedback did we get from the leaders of that community?
Good question.
Superintendent Koba, Phil?
Yeah, I'm not aware that we went to the Tierra Santa Town Council.
Okay.
Unless Tina knows differently.
Right. So, and I know that that's something that I've raised before over the last year and a half. That when we were selling property, this came up with the Scripps Ranch development. We set out the goal that in the future, when we're doing something substantial to impact a community, we wanted to have staff partner with the local town councils and those organizations. So that's an opportunity that we haven't taken advantage of yet. Second question: what was the input of the cluster council out there in that community on this item that's affecting them directly?
Again, don't know that we went to the cluster with this.
Okay.
The determination's been made that is the proper role of the buyer to do, because we would be asked many questions we don't know the answer to. We don't know what the buyer intends
but at least
with the property.
You know, and we've talked about this before.
Right.
I know I've had a meeting with Superintendent Koba and some other folks, and I'm not sure if I think you were there, about a year ago, and I brought this up at a board meeting about a year and a half ago, that, we, to the extent that we can, when we have something affecting community that we need to, and these are very specific things. I brought it before, and I brought it at our meeting, that we need to reach out to the town council in the community. We need to get feedback or input from the cluster council. And then the third question I have is, did we have a public hearing or anything like that, like at Sarah High School, to allow people like this to come forward that did come forward tonight? Thank you for taking the time out of your evening to come forward and talk to us about how this is going to impact your community, so that we can have an informed decision. Have we done any of that yet?
No.
Okay. No. And then the last question I have is, I just became aware of the fact that there's an endangered species, the brine shrimp, and I brought that to your attention, I think, this morning or last week. And I was just wondering, did we have any opportunity to look into that, and how would that be addressed?
Yes, we did look into that. There was a site reconnaissance and biological survey report done on the property by Nino and Moore Geotechnical and Environmental Consultants, along with a biologist from Helix Environmental Planning. And there is no mention of vernal pools or fairy shrimp in the report. They do report that there is a lot of construction debris, cement, concrete pipes, etc. There is a sensitive species there. And the species that were mentioned are the San Diego sunflower, the Diegan coastal sage scrub, and non-native grasslands.
Okay. So we did conduct an environmental impact assessment to identify if there are any endangered species, and there were none.
Except for the vegetation. That's what's mentioned, the vegetation.
But is the vegetation endangered? I mean, under endangered species?
It says sensitive species. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I think we need to be clear that we're not doing an environmental review of this property. What we're doing is a survey of what's on the property for the purposes of disclosure to any potential buyer. It's a whole different process, and I don't want us to be confusing the public on that.
Okay. For this board member, I think that, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Excess Property Committee to sell, the reality that the development opportunities for the school district are really not there, that Farb Middle School is under-enrolled, and so there are opportunities and capacity. We do have existing capacity, and to the extent that we have had biologists and folks out there looking at the property and evaluated it on that merits, I come back to the engaging of the community on major actions by this board, and the lack of engagement there again. And so I'm hoping that we don't repeat this as we look at other properties and other large actions that do impact communities. Do we have the opportunity to continue this item for a couple of weeks until we can engage the stakeholders in the community, and then bring this back for a vote in a timely manner?
First of all, just to clarify, that would be about a month as opposed to 2 weeks, because our next meeting will be in about a month.
Sure, yeah. So I'll move we continue it until we can make sure that we're engaging the community, the town council, the cluster council, and perhaps seeing the viability of a public hearing.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. But,
I apologize.
But let me get the answer to your question first, because it was about what would happen if it was
the auction
delayed.
was held on the 4th, so Tina, perhaps you can tell us about the timing.
What are our time limits?
Yeah.
So first I'll clarify, among other things, the study done by Nino and Moore was done in 2009 in consideration of removing a lot of the construction debris that was left on the 11.7973 acres. In that study, they mention, among other things, San Diego sunflower, non-native grasslands, they also mention such things as mule deer that are in the Mission Trails Park immediately adjacent to our property. So they come and they go. It's not necessarily just on this. I also would like to remind the board that 2 people did show interest when we announced it to the public, the City of San Diego, so we were working with them. They had an interest in acquiring this parcel. They didn't have funding. The other interested party was the Boy Scouts. We worked with them, and they withdrew their interest. We then put this out to bid separately, and that just went to bid on December 4th. So we're coming back now with the high bid as requested when we put it out. We do have that meeting, that reconnaissance, biological, environmental. We really haven't had the chance to go out to the community. I think that will be done during the due diligence period, and that due diligence period was extended because of several easements and encroachments that we will have to vacate. And that will give us the period of time, should you approve, from now through April 27th. And that period of time is kind of feasibility and analysis for both the proposed buyer and potentially us to work through that.
So there is a time frame to do what Mr. Beiser is talking about.
That due diligence period of time, should you approve, would start upon open of escrow through April 17th.
I appreciate the due diligence window and your recommendation to then go and engage the community after action has been taken. But as a duly elected public official, I think it's imperative for me to engage the community and for our staff to engage the community before making the final decision. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Did we get an answer to the question?
Well, there's a motion already. There's a motion already.
But the question to be answered was, what happens if we delay? Maybe Tina can address this. In other words, if we said, his question, if we're not accepting the bid right now, but we're going to possibly...
I would have to go back to the actual purchase and sale agreement and refer to the time frame. We have to open escrow within a certain period of time. And then we have to, I think you have to either approve or deny. We can bring it back, but we would have to review the time frames.
But we have it in front of us.
And the high bid, as well as any other backup bidders, would have to be willing to keep their bid for the longer period of time.
Mr. Sankey, can you, in terms of how
you have to accept the bid with 4 affirmative votes, either tonight or within 10 business days from tonight, or you lose the ability to enforce the agreement.
I have another question.
Or you can reject all bids and withdraw it from the market and do whatever you want to do with it later.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Foster.
In our first interim report, budget solutions list, the others from real estate revenues, is this property included in that figure?
This is current year. We've already spent the money.
Which is, I wanted to ask that question.
We've already spent it.
For the current year on our budget, we budgeted a certain amount for property sales. Yes. What was that amount, and then how much have we...
Yeah, this property is included in the amount.
How much was the amount?
It was $24,900.
$24,900.
Yeah. And
up to date, we have sold...
Without this property?
Well, we sold the one for 16.5.
Yes, so far we've sold one for 16.5 and 3.1. 19.6.
19.6
right.
And 24 point.
So
something.
With this, it would bring us to a total of 23.6.
So I mean, just to know, budget-wise, we committed to 24 million, and we're only at about 19 now, and this would bring us closer to that. This is money that we're already spending this year.
4 million. I mean, 4 or 5 million short.
Should you approve of this tonight, we will be at 23.6.
We'll be very close if we approve this, and we'll be behind if we don't. That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Amy would have to reply to what actual numbers she built into the numbers that you saw tonight, and she's going to do that.
Right.
So in our first interim projection, we did modify. So what we included were the sale of the first 2 properties and $2.7 million for Camp Elliott. So if this does not go forward as a sale, then we would reduce our real estate projection for the current year by $2.7 million. So our projected surplus of $15 million that you see in the presentation now becomes 15 minus 2.7, and then 13-14 would grow from 84 million to 86.7 million.
Wait. But I thought you're saying it would just be rolled over to the next year. But I thought we had to, according to the interim budget, it would roll over.
There's a difference between budget and projection. So in our budget, we put in the $24.9 million.
Right.
At first interim, because only 2 properties were officially up for or approved to be sold, and then Camp Elliott a couple weeks prior was proposed to go forward, we increased the projection from 19.5 and then added in the 2.7.
Okay. So if that's the case, we could not sell it now, and then after the governor's budget, if everything is rosy and wonderful and we don't need the $4 million, then we don't have to sell it. If we do need it, you can always go out to bid again.
Okay, and just one other question on kind of the environmental issue. If we if someone else buys the property, they are subject to all of the rules that we are subject to in terms of what they do. More. Okay, so they're going to have to contend with that, including the risk of maybe not being able to develop it.
President?
Yes,
I think the questions that we're raising are entirely appropriate, but I think we need to, and Mr. Beiser is correct that he often brings this point up about getting out and doing the community engagement around these issues. The problem I have is when we ask these questions at this point in the process, we have directed the staff to go out and put this property up to bid. We've got a budget that is based on the sale of this property to a certain extent. And it seems that when we get to this point in the process about whether or not we accept the high bid, I think at this point our question should simply be, do we think that's the best bid that we can get, not whether we actually go ahead and sell the property.
Because
that question,
we already committed to that.
Exactly. We should be, if we don't want to sell the property, or if we want to, go through more process before we put property up to bid, that's entirely appropriate, and we should do that. But but we should do that. Number one, before we put the the staff and through the time and the resources of putting something up to bid, and we should do it before we build a budget around some of these assumptions. So I just think that one of the things, and we talked this morning about board staff relationship and responsibilities. I just think we need to be clearer together as board and staff what we're doing in these processes. Make sure that before we agree to put a property out to bid, we've got all of our questions answered, and we go and the community process and everything. I think that's entirely fair. But I don't think what's fair is after we approve putting a property out to bid that we come back and now we're having questions about whether or not to actually sell the property. I think, if you guys came back and said, we put the property out to bid for $2.7 million and, the best that we got was $2 million, then I think that would be appropriate for us to consider, rejecting that bid and saying it's not good enough, let's go out and try it again. And we might say, we believe we can get a lot more than $4 million for whatever reason, and so we reject the bid and go out and bid it. But I mean, that's the analysis that we should be doing at this point in time. And, when we put a property out to bid, we've got a working assumption of $2.7 million, and we have something that comes back at $4 million. Seems to me that we were successful in the bid process, and so I think we should accept the bid. But so it's just about being clear together as board and staff. When we make a decision to put something out to bid, are we fully prepared to accept the bid? When it comes back, and then when we do that, then I think we should be accepting the bid if it financially makes sense.
Okay, Superintendent Kova.
I certainly concur with what Mr. Barrera has just observed. We've got a hole in the budget. I know it's one-time money. This property's been on the surplus list for a long time. It's been a dumping ground of construction materials and miscellaneous. We've got pictures of it if you don't have a chance to get out there. And I would strongly recommend that you take advantage of this isolated parcel, which I don't know how will be used, but it is an option to discard a piece of property for which we can get some funding at this juncture.
This is one of the rare occasions where the state ed code requires a supermajority. I don't know how many others there are. So it requires 4 votes. And the state did that for specific reasons. Selling our assets is a huge issue. But you know what? We're not potted plants here. The fact that 6 months ago or 8 months, a board made a decision, which I believe was ill-conceived at the time, we are elected to make our best decision at the time. And if the board decides not to go ahead at this point, and we've just been told that now we do not need it in to be sold to actually this year's budget that we're finishing out, then let's see what happens in January with the governor's budget. And if the hole is as big as it is now, then you all can bring it back and sell that and sell Mission Bay and sell others. On the point of process, just Mr. Beiser's points, just so you all can feel confident, the process the board approved, which will be coming back in January for requests for proposals for other properties, we've put very clearly in there that the clusters would be notified early on, that the town councils would be notified, the community planning groups would be notified, and any other interested party. So that is built into this sale process was started kind of before the board agreed to that. And that doesn't negate the fact that, yes, you have raised this concern many times before, but you can feel confident that going forward we have that process built in so the public will be able to participate.
And I agree, we did draw a line in the sand that we had these 2 that we sold and this one and then the Mission Beach one was another one that was we were considering that beyond that we were going to use this new process, but we were going to do this one time to meet our obligations. And well, I certainly agree with Ms. Pereira that we kind of made that decision at that point in time. So,
I'm kind of torn here because part of me wants to just vote yes so that we can put the money in the bank and make sure we're on a solid economic footing. But then part of me is thinking, here we go again. Back when we were evaluating whether or not to sell property in Scripps Ranch, in the first couple of months of me coming on the board, and Scott, 2 years ago, I raised these very specific points. This was very important to me that we do a better job of engaging the community. And then, as we discussed this morning, we wonder why communities don't understand, the school district on public education. Where's the disconnect? It's mea culpa. We own some of this lack of community engagement because we do major things to communities and neighborhoods without engaging them. And maybe after engaging them and talking to the cluster council and the town council and having a public forum at Sarah High School, we decide that, we appreciate the input, but we're still going to go forward and sell this property. Maybe somebody at these forums might have some other ideas that will still generate lots of revenue. And then I knew this was really important. And so then I had a meeting with Superintendent Koba and Phil and in Superintendent Koba's office and wrote down these community engagement parameters. And then, as Trustee Barnett just pointed out, in January when we were evaluating the process These specific things were articulated in that process, and the board approved it. So here we have Mr. Beiser brought it up 2 years ago. Mr. Beiser had a meeting about community engagement with the superintendent and Phil Stover. The board voted and approved this process of engagement with the community before we act in January. And here we still haven't done it. So to say that, well, we're so late in the process, let's just forget about community engagement, I don't think is the right approach. I think the right approach is, we have to recognize, for accountability's sake, that we dropped the ball and staff dropped the ball, but we can pick up the ball and run for a touchdown with it. The window has not closed. So that's why, if this motion does not carry, I would love to make a motion to continue the item so that we can engage the community and come back. And I understand that it's going to be painful because, according to Larry Shanky, we can't, the window closes in 10 days. Well, let's do it right. And if that just means we have to act in 30 days or 40 days, then that's what we have to do it right this time. And I hope that we can all learn from this lesson and this opportunity to make sure that we're working collaboratively with the staff to make sure that we're following processes the board has approved, and that we are engaging our communities more effectively in the future with major items like this.
Okay. Ms. Foster.
I just would like to say I really appreciate your comments, Trustee Beiser. Certainly, one thing that I fully embrace is engaging all of the stakeholders in the process. And I've stated that many, many times. At the same time, what I would say is that if there were a property being sold in my area, I would be talking to the planning group, I would be talking to the town council in that area. That's just me. So, because we're in constant conversation. That's where I live. That's the relationship that I have with the clusters. I attend the Lincoln and Morris cluster before I became a trustee. So that is a conversation I'm going to have with my base. So, we talk about staff, and this is a partnership, but, we have to embrace it as trustees as well.
Okay. Please vote on this motion. Okay, that fails.
I'm gonna make a motion then to just be clear about where we are in this process to reject this bid and to rebid.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
I don't know if you really, well, you can make whatever motion you want, but mine was just to reject all bids, and it'll be pulled off the market, and it'll come back to you in another.
And let's go through the community engagement process that Kevin is talking about. Absolutely, but let's actually be clean on this and reject.
Is there a second to that? Okay. All right. Please vote to reject all bids. Okay. That takes.
I misunderstood.
It's a double negative. Okay. Let's vote again.
Okay.
Okay. It's kind of tricky. Okay. We will now go to the items that were pulled from the agenda, and we will start off with items 1, 2, and 3.
I pulled these items just because I wanted to have a brief conversation about contract services in the legal department. In the infinite wisdom of this board, we approved pay raises for everybody in the legal department with the understanding that then we would have less expense in terms of legal contracts. So when I looked at these, I know and I trust the decision-making process of our General Counsel, Larry Shanke, that these are essential contracts for consultation on maybe some very specific areas that our staff isn't prepared yet at this time to handle independently. The other thing that I think about is, we're being presented with 3 contracts for legal services, but maybe, I'm thinking, maybe it would have been 8 contracts for legal services, because I know that sometimes that has been the order of the day. So I want to move these items, but I just want to make it real clear that we need to make sure that we're controlling and tamping down, and I know that Larry Shanke is working to minimize legal contracts to offset the cost of staffing needs in the department. That's all.
Okay, there's a second. Okay. No further comments. Please vote on those 3 items. Okay. We've got 4 votes on that one. Okay, that's 4-0. 1, 2, and 3. Item 10, I believe you pulled also?
No. Marnie.
Oh, Marnie, item 10. On item 10, on the consent agenda, it was the Interdivisional Curriculum Committee.
Oh, right. There have been some new developments with regard to E14.1, and so I wanted to...
You're talking about E10, right?
E10. Oh.
This is the ICC, not E14. So this is the one about the curriculum committee.
Curriculum courses.
Did you not mean to pull that one? I know you were interested in 14.
I pulled 14.
I know, but she was also interested. So I'm just trying to see if that was right.
ICC. Well, I mean, I did not intend to pull this one, but what's the... Oh, no, I'm good. Move approval.
Okay, second. Okay. Please vote. Next
Okay.
item 10. Okay, and 14.
Okay.
Mr. Beiser.
I want to vote. We need your vote. Hit your green button, Marnie.
Hit your green button.
Okay, good job.
No coercion there. Your green.
What? DVR.
Item 14.
What? Okay, I pulled item E14 because I want to draw attention to the fact that we're giving out almost $20,000 in pay raises or pay increases here, and I don't, without a funding source. And I think that's really important because in the past couple of years, when certain people say, "Oh, well, let's do this," the first refrain from public and staff and other board members, to some extent is warranted, is, "Well, where are you going to get the money?" What do you, and that's really important. Here we're going to be changing a lead principal, and that's going to be a $20,000 pay increase.
$6,000.
Right, and then or $120,000 pay increase.
No, $6,000 pay increase.
Right, and then if you turn it over, there is a human resources pay increase from salary grade 32 to 36, and that's another more than $10,000 pay increase.
5,000.
Well, it says salary range 54 to 70.
That's the range of salary, but the increase is 5,740.
Okay, thank you for interrupting. But in terms of clarification on this, I'm very concerned that we're pushing into the consent agenda pay increases. And I think that if we're going to give out pay increases, that I would prefer that we did it in terms of the overall budget picture, where the money's going to come from, and what that means in terms of academics and in the classroom, because $20,000 is maybe a 0.5 FTE. That's half of a teacher. That's instruction and those kinds of things. And I'm not sure what kind of message we're sending when we're giving out pay raises when we just presented this evening with an $84 million budget deficit for next year, at least as projected. So I cannot support pay raises at this point in time.
Hey, Mr. Stover.
Two things on this. The staff would prefer that you split this item in half and not vote tonight on the lead principal position. We need that's a continually, constantly evolving situation, and we need a little bit more time to work with ASD and to clarify some issues on that. So staff would recommend that not be approved tonight, but that we be allowed to bring that back. We're very supportive of it, but we need to do a little more work with ASD to clarify some things. And number two, the confidential in HR, this is not part of the reorg. This is you are going to see an enormous increase in these numbers of items coming across the dais in the next few months, incrementally increase, because the district has a procedure in place where any employee who desires can put into HR to receive a job reclass. If they believe that they are doing duties that are outside of their job description, if they believe that they are working more time than what they had, their class would allow them, they're not exempt, that kind of thing, they can submit a request to HR. The managers and supervisors of those people, we have no right to deny that. We can't say, no, you can't. We have to sign off and that they have that right. Then HR does an analysis, position by position, of what the reality of that person's situation is. The only recourse we have is to, if HR approves that the job reclass request is appropriate and that employee should be compensated at a higher base, our only recourse is to pay that or to have that employee stop doing those duties. So those are the two options that we have. In many cases, those duties are essential to the running of the district, but the decision on whether or not the job reclass is approved is in HR's hands, not in the manager's hands or the supervisor's hands. And if they rule after an extensive review of the situation, and some they approve and some they don't approve. Now, the district policy is that these reclasses have a one-time-a-year window. We are now facing the timing where that window was in November. So they're all going to be coming up now. And I will tell you, there are probably, and maybe I want to speculate, but there are in excess of 100. We have because as we've cut positions, as we've cut staff, employees are under more stress and doing more, and they have been filing for these reclasses. So it is likely that you will see many of them each board meeting in this particular item that have been approved by HR. And in some cases, we will have to stop the employees from doing the work that they're doing where we can, and in other cases, they'll have to be compensated.
Just a couple quick questions. You had said that if a employee is working more, then they could do this. That kind of reminded me of the private sector, where in some companies, employees that are paid hourly just work an extra hour every day. And what happens is you blow your budget because the overtime eats it up. And that accountability is on the manager, the supervisor, to basically say, and many companies have then reacted over the decades to say that unauthorized overtime is not allowed. And in order to have authorized overtime, you need it in writing from your supervisor saying that I'm authorizing you overtime. Because otherwise what's going to happen is we're going to blow a hole so big in our budget you could drive a Mack truck through it. because this is, you multiply an $8,000 pay increase, $6,000 pay increase times 100 people, you're looking at having to lay off now, or instead of being able to pay, teachers, we're going to be giving everybody a pay raise. And so then I don't see that we're really realizing any savings that way. The second thing is, if people are doing jobs or tasks outside of their work parameters, have they been given approval by their supervisor to do those tasks? Or have they taken it upon themselves to say, okay, I'm going to start banging the gavel. Oh, hey, I'm now a class 36, so I deserve a $6,000 a year pay increase, even though my supervisor did not direct me to do that task outside of my job parameters. I mean, we got to put a lid on this, because this can get away from us really quick.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to give you the heads up. Now, the focus on is not chronology. It's not in the sense of number of hours. That wasn't. It's two things. It's job tasks that are increasing, more and more work to do within the time frame, and tasks that are outside of the job description of the person.
Let's hear from Mr. Jackson.
I think it's important to note when this occurred actually in HR. The incumbent actually did facilitate, plan, coordinate all of our classified layoffs. This was during a time of my transition, much turnover in HR. So I think it's critical to understand, certainly this person saw the need. We as a district needed this. This is the person who does coordinate our classified layoffs. And so when you expand the scope of the duties, there is certainly a need to expand the financial obligation to that job class. So when you look at the description in terms of facilitating, planning, coordinating, and leading the aspects of our classified layoffs, if that does not go well, that's going to cost the district a great deal. When you're talking about meeting and coordinating, that is a role that this incumbent took on and did a great job with the classified layoff and the bumping process. And I think that was communicated in the news media when we had this incumbent observed during this process. So this is not about more hours. This is about expanded scope and decision making around the classified layoffs. And so we felt that it needed to be approved, and I certainly supported it at the time. And again, I think as we move forward with our recommendation for reorganization, this would be included in that. In terms of the scope of work, in terms of supervisors, directors, and so on and so forth.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move. I've got a couple questions, but
I'll
move
just a second.
to split these items and just do the...
We're talking just the HR.
Yeah. So just a couple quick questions. So what Phil said was our option is either to approve these reclassifications and do the salary bump, or to stop having the person do this work. But what if the person's already done this work, which is what I heard you just say?
Yeah, and I think Larry's going to speak to that in terms of wage claims.
What would happen would be, they would be under the Ed Code, they would be a right to file a claim for temporary out-of-class pay, and then our office would work with Lamont's office to determine whether or not that's appropriate. And it would be a claim against the district.
Yeah, okay. And then, so the other point would just be, thanks. Yeah, the other point would just be when these items come forward, then I think what would be helpful in a write-up is a little bit of a sense of what is the extra work, that the person's taking on, and if we were to not approve the reclassification, the person was to stop doing that work, what would be the implication? Would we have to hire somebody else to do the work? So I think just a little context, the write-ups would be good. So move approval of the HR item.
Okay, Mr. Colby, do you want to say something?
I was going to speak along the lines that Ms. Pereira had. I think we'll pull these out of the consent agenda so they stand alone, and add the description of the how, the why, and all of that. I wanted to make a comment, too, that we have notably, along with the budget reductions of the last several years, reduced overtime across all the various organizations. Not eliminated, but reduced it. And so we have to look at these staffing reclassifications on a case-by-case basis. But I would tell you that if process is followed, we should not allow people to be doing extra work without prior approval by their supervisor, and in some cases go with a temporary out of class with compensation that follows. The wrong process is to throw work at folks, not compensate them, and otherwise recognize we need to be making adjustments. So it's a process that we need to follow properly, and also with an eye to what we ask our people to do for the compensation they should have.
Okay, please vote on this item. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that going forward, I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to develop some kind of procedures whereby any employee that is doing work outside their job class must receive prior approval from their supervisor. And then for staff to look at that, what would that look like, and then bring it back to the board for consideration.
How is that? Do we do that now?
We don't. It's my understanding we don't have an established policy that says you are not allowed to do work outside your job class unless you have received written notification from your supervisor authorizing you to work out of your job class. Because otherwise what's going to happen is we're going to see hundreds and hundreds of people start just doing work outside their job class, and then after a couple of months go to their supervisor and say, I need an adjustment.
This is the we don't want initiative proposal by our employees because they're going to charge us for it.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Can we at least have staff look at it? And maybe they come back and say, this isn't feasible, then that's fine, and I understand. But at least we've done our due diligence, I think, to evaluate, can we put a lid on this? Because this is going to get out of control. Every single board meeting, we give thousands and thousands of dollars in pay increases. So
I would support Mr. Beiser's proposal to have staff look at the process. But we also need to recognize we have $17 million approximately of pay increases this year in this year's budget. We just approved an interim budget which will have $17 million roughly next year. So there are a lot of pay increases this board approves, and without going through each individual one, I'm a little hesitant to say we want to come back and every single person who's going to earn $5,000 more that we need to have staff tell us, well, no, they're taking out the trash now or they're filing this. I mean, talk about level of micromanagement here. I mean, that's crazy. I think we need to look at it from the policy point of view. If there are changes that we can make on a policy or budgeting or a classification or whatever, but to come back every meeting, say we're going to put on the open agenda discussion whether Mrs. Smith is going to get a $5,000 raise because she's, and we need to scrutinize, well, what is she doing? I mean, that's nuts.
Well, I would like to just make a little modification. Maybe the first step would be for the staff to give us a little primer on what is the procedure, how does this work in simple language in terms of people taking on extra duties or being given extra duties and not being compensated. And so, because obviously there are going to be some cases where we're doing cleanup on this, but how is it handled? I mean, I think that's what you're asking, for us to have a clear picture of what the current, as opposed to let's just every time have a full report
and
on
we
each
should
person
know
taking out the trash.
Why this is. Is it ed code? Is it contract? Or what are the reasons? And what do we have? We don't have control of ed code unless we change it. We do. If is it a contractual issue? Is it other issue? At least know, and then look at it at the macro level instead of.
I think if we understand it better, then when individual items come up, we'd be able to not go into detail on each one. So is that acceptable, Mr. Beiser?
Well, what I'm really looking at is how can we prevent, because, I have no doubt that this has merit. I have no doubt that this employee went above and beyond the call of duty to accomplish these tasks. But the question is, we can't afford it. How can we look our laid off employees in the face and say, we tried everything, we don't have any money? And how can we look our kids in the face and say, I'm sorry, you're going to be packed into a classroom with 40 kids because we don't have any money? How do we, in one breath, that's what we say, and then in the other breath we go, every board meeting, $5,000 to $20,000 to $30,000 in pay increases based upon performance. And so the question is, how can we control our expenditures if we are not making sure that our directors and our leaders are making sure our employees are working within their job code? I mean, that's what the point is. So do we have a process?
Yes,
we have a process that says you cannot work outside your job code without written or some kind of authorization, so we have a track record? I mean, because this is not budgeted. And this is going to get away, this could potentially get away from us and our ability to monitor our expenditures.
Yes, we have a process. I don't want us to leave this meeting thinking that we're running amok with thousands of people getting raises because we're forcing them to do extra work and we're not authorizing it. That's not the case. I mean, I know that there are written reviews and approvals out there that require if someone's going to do something differently that they have that TOC. And there are safeguards. The supervisors, the co-workers, even collective bargaining folks make sure that we're doing the right thing. So, again, I just don't want us to think that thousands and thousands of dollars are being distributed in the absence of proper staffing. There are reclassifications that occur. They occur in difficult times and in more stable fiscal times, but they're a matter of individual bases. So I can't speak to this one in particular. I understand about not trying to get down into the minutia of how much we want to talk about this, but I just don't think that we have an open drain of funding that goes for these type of positions. I just assure you of that.
And if I can, I'd like to make one final. I'm in my early remarks, as they say on C-SPAN. Mr. Kolbe has worked with Penelope, who works for me, the Director of Labor Relations, and the unions. We have posted letters, workload letters, to all site supervisors and managers concerning the workload, particularly of union members, but also other members, that they need to be careful. They are not authorized to expand the scope. And remind Bill that he signed those letters and they've been posted. So we have a minimum of that, and I know there's been a lot of other discussions too, but we actually have something in writing with that direction.
Okay, so is there currently a motion on the floor?
I have a question. When the district looks at their staffing needs, is there a projection that is in our budget that includes, a percentage of reclassification?
Do we anticipate reclassifications in a budget year?
Not specifically by line item, but we have below the line or in the set-asides is a $1 million estimate for what traditionally goes to star ratings. So we do have instances of salary protection, and since we don't know at the time of budget development, it's a placeholder. So as actuals come in, you'll see it in your expenditures, but for budget purposes, we put $1 million for this year, and in our multi-year, about $1 million a year in the set-aside. So as actuals do come in, then that amount would be reduced, and it's an informal way to budget it because we never know when it's going to happen. So we don't budget it specifically, but it's in a set-aside.
Okay, so there's
18
no action
now,
item.
So
just
no curfew.
We're not taking action on the other item. I mean, I just want to make one comment since it was put there that I know you're going to go back and rework it, but I have some skepticism about even having that's sort of a policy thing in terms of designation of having a lead principal. So you're going to work on that, but I just want you to know that I have some concerns about that.
Was there a second on the motion to have staff look at this and then report back to the board on the process of people working outside their job description?
So repeat what it is.
Oh, should Cheryl read it maybe as she understands it?
The direction to staff to review whether or not it's possible to develop a policy or procedure that an employee must receive prior written approval from their supervisor to assume additional responsibilities.
Outside their job.
So do you want? Is that your?
I thought it was more of a review.
Right.
Review of why we have to do this. And how we're doing it, and including your item. So I was hoping it more expansive than just that.
Well, I don't want to micromanage this issue. I don't want to look at every single reclassification that we have, but I want to make sure that we have the ability to put a lid on it. And that's where, all I'm asking here is that staff look at it. It sounds from the remarks of Larry Shanky right now that Bill Koba's already posted something saying, you are not allowed to work outside your job code. And to that extent, I still think we need to maybe ask staff to come back and allow for that, because maybe Lamont Jackson needs to have somebody work outside their job code, and that we can hold him accountable if that is essential, and we need to account for that in the budget.
Okay.
So that's kind of what direction I'm looking. I'm looking for a policy. I'm looking for a policy or a procedure to make sure that we are controlling our expenditures more effectively.
I have written an action here to review the task out of class TOC and reclassification controls and report back to the board.
Okay, all in favor, please vote on this item. Or if you're opposed, please vote too. Okay, we will now go upstairs for debriefing.
Dr. Evans.
Go upstairs.
Just.
Okay.
Stephen Greenwald.
Hold on. I think we're not done with the meeting yet, because I know that Ms. Foster had an issue that she was going to bring up.
Yeah. On which
lead principal. No, I just wanted to make a comment. You mentioned that you had some concerns about the job class or title lead principal, and I just wanted to mention that is a job title that exists for this particular principal. So we just need to be respectful of that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. In December of 2011, this board approved the lead principal job classification. So it's not something we're bringing to you that is not in existence. It is, and I didn't want to leave you under the impression that this was something we were creating now. It has been approved by the board. ASD did sign off on it as well back in December of 2011.
So at that point, the person was hired on as a lead principal at a particular salary.
Yes.
Correct. Based on that approval, the person was placed into the position. Yes.
Okay. So then you would bring back why it would be changing. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. We have post comments, non-agenda item. Mr. Greenwald, go ahead.
I'm going to be quick. I'm extremely concerned about what's called chronic brain trauma syndrome, which is from contact football in high schools and also for women in soccer. And 8 years ago, I became aware of this, about this concussions in high school students, because the best football players would play both offense and defense, and that was 8 years ago. And last month, they came out, the specialist, I believe from UCLA, who did only this, a neurologist, and was asked specifically if she would allow her child to play football in high school, and the answer was, I don't know. So I'm just saying to you that the liability with the helmets in football is tremendous. As you know, there's a quadriplegic in our system that happened in '79. I was a doctor for Helix High School in '80 through '83, and recently at Vista, there was one quadriplegic who successfully sued the school district there for $4.5 million. So I'm extremely concerned about contact football and the helmets that are totally ineffective from all the studies. and also from the cervical spine injuries. And so I bring it to your attention just to be aware of it when you see it happening, that perhaps we should restudy this whole aspect of contact football on the one hand. On the other hand, everyone enjoys watching football. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. We will now go upstairs to debrief very briefly.